will come out to start with their first offensive possession of the evening here as no time expires on the clock. And you take a look right there at head coach Mike Lee on the Clinton sidelines, a veteran of these playoff battles, as is Steve Lee. You heard, or Steve Edwards, pardon me, heard him moments ago. He is ready to go, as are the Warriors. They'll come out in an I formation right now. And that is Goddard at the quarterback spot, along with Cardell Clemens in the backfield, dotting that I there. Murray comes in motion to the near side. They're going to give it to the fullback. Bulls his way up near the 24-yard line. We'll call it a gain of about 3.5 there.
Because I think that's a very good play call to open up the game. Clinton has to be keying on Clemens, but to give it to the fullback and throw him off a little bit there, I think that was a good play call and picked up 4 yards.
You got to keep that defense honest. That was Michael Wright, the junior fullback, on the carry there for Glenpool as they send in the play from the sidelines, and Goddard relays it to his offensive mates. They come to the line of scrimmage now. Clinton lining up, looks like in a 4-3. They're going to bring up 6 men right about the line of scrimmage, though. Crowding that box a little bit. I formation again, one receiver to the far side. And once again, they'll go with the fullback right up the middle, this time across the 25 up near the 28. That'll bring up the first third down of the ball game.
I think Coach Edwards obviously saw something on film that they could take advantage of with the fullback, and I know that he is a big part of the play calling there, and it looks like fullback might get a lot of carries here tonight.
Well, we'll see if they're not setting up something, a stretch play or something to the outside here, see if they can't get Goddard on the edge. Right now, though, they'll come out with 2 receivers split to the near side. I formation once again behind the quarterback, Goddard. Third down and about 2 yards to go as they send a receiver in motion. Goddard barking out the signals, gives it to Clemens, his first carry of the night, and he has got some open room. This is going to be a foot race. We'll see if Goddard's got the jets to get there. Down the far sideline, takes the contact and takes it on in.
Wow.
For the touchdown. 3 offensive plays, 1 minute and 38 seconds into the ball game. Glenpool on the scoreboard on a 62-yard touchdown run by Philip Goddard, Cardell Clemens, his 36th touchdown of the season.
Chris, that's against the best statistically, the best defense in the state of Oklahoma. First carry, unbelievable for a touchdown. And so this game, if you're ready for a shootout, that's what you're going to get. And so I think that this is going to be a high-scoring game all night long, and that was a very impressive run by Cardell Clemens.
Well, they've already blown the scoring average for the year out of the water now for Clinton. We talked about it in the pregame. They came in averaging 3.9 points a game surrendered. 6 of them on the board already for the Warriors, and the extra point is up and good. And we are just underway here. Folks still getting settled into their seats as the Glenpool fans have a reason to cheer over there. They lead 7-0 early in this 4A semifinal ball game.
Most people going into a game like this with...
And tonight's ball game, sorry about that, Craig. Tonight's ball game brought to you by Clinton, the hub city of Western Oklahoma. Remember the Frisco Conference Center in Clinton, Oklahoma for your next business meeting, social event, or trade show. This state-of-the-art facility can accommodate any event. Championship golf and local attractions are waiting for you at the Frisco Conference Center in Clinton, Oklahoma, just 90 miles west of Oklahoma City. Call 580-323-7874. And we appreciate all of our fine sponsors here this evening. And just getting settled in. If you've just joined us, you've already missed some of the action. Just a moment ago, it was Cardell Clemens, leading rusher in the state in Class 4A, taking it 62 yards on Glenpool's third play from scrimmage. Just a little over a minute into this contest as the Warriors get set to take their first stand defensively. They line up now to kick, and 3 receivers back here deep, right about the 10-yard line. They've brought them up here, Craig, obviously anticipating a short kickoff into that wind. And here's a nice high kick toward the near sideline, and tried to field it and wisely let it go out of bounds. Did number 20 down there, Terrence McBrayer. And we'll see him out of the backfield for the Red Tornadoes offensively as they get ready to take the field for their first possession of the evening.
I think with McBrayer, any way you go with him, he can catch the ball out of the backfield, run the ball. He's a multi-purpose back and an outstanding player. So on those kickoffs, there's not a lot of places to kick it where you're not going to get it in the hands of a good ball player.
And you look right there, speaking of good ball players, the quarterback for the Red Tornadoes getting his last instructions on the sideline there, and Bear Anna Shansley now trotting out there into the huddle. 87 of 156 on the year through the air, 1,485 yards, 14 touchdowns for Anna Shansley, and they will come out in an I formation. One receiver split to the near side. Back there in the backfield behind him, that's number 6, Antonio Hudlin. And the fullback, number 25 there, Cameron Glad. They'll give it to Hudlin, or rather this is the other ball carrier, up to the 39-yard line. And that is number 20 there, Terrence McBrayer. We talked about him a moment ago. Good gain on first down.
Yeah, and that was a very nice block. Cameron Glad got out around the end and laid a cut block there for him, and I expect to see that a lot this evening.
And I think this would probably be a fairly quick ball game, given the fact that most of the plays we're going to see tonight generally will be on the ground. So that clock will be running. Ball control and time of possession going to be a big factor as the evening wears on. Right now, though, second down, 6 yards to go for Clinton as they'll give it to the fullback this time. He is met pretty much right there at the line of scrimmage. Cameron Glad cut down for little to no gain on the play. They'll give him a yard or two.
Yeah, Glenpool ready for him on that, and the fullback in this offense gets a lot of carries. They'll give it to Glad quite a bit. He has 17 touchdowns on the season with over 700 yards, which you won't see a lot in fullbacks, but they definitely like to get the ball in his hands.
Yeah, Glad definitely has a nose for the end zone, almost averaging 5 yards a carry on the season. Third down, though, and they'll call it 4. As the quarterback, Anna Shansley, under center. This will be a pitch to the near side. Bobbled it momentarily, and the running back will be brought down short of the sticks. They'll mark it right about the 39. He needed to get, or the 44 rather, needed to get up to the 45. So Clinton really with their first decision of the evening here.
And there you see first taste of Waldrop, the leading tackler there for Glenpool, dragging him down at the linebacker position. And their coach was talking about him being a very unassuming looking linebacker. He's a very undersized player, but gets around the field and does a whole lot for that team.
All right, and meteorologist Brady Bruce giving us a report right now. Winds are steady out of the south right now at 22, gusting up to 28. So the wind, as we talked about, will be a factor, but not as long as they keep doing that right there. As they give it to Glad on the first 4th down of the ball game, he'll have the first down.
Glad's a horse, and I think in first down, when you need short yardage possessions and things like that, I think you'll see a lot of him.
Boy, he is a load, no doubt. Tough to bring down those big fullbacks. We've seen a couple of them over the last couple of weeks here on our playoff coverage. David Tate for Putnam City, he was a load at 290.
Oh.
Very nimble for 290, but Cameron Glad, good size as well. And they only line him up 2 yards, 3 yards behind the quarterback there. So he's up there pretty close to the line of scrimmage. This time it'll be the pitch to McBrayer. A cut to the outside, tracked down nicely. That was Gerard Murray, the senior wide receiver defensive back for the Warriors. That'll be a loss of 2 or 3 on the carry.
It looks like here Clinton thinks they can get in the double tight and wear Glenpool down. But if those defensive backs keep coming off the edge and making those types of tackles, that's what they're going to need some help from the defensive backfield in the secondary. Because I think up front, Clinton might have them outmanned a little bit, by the end of this ball game, and they have some horses in there. And so any help from the secondary is going to be huge tonight.
Oh, we've seen them try and go up the middle with it. We've seen them try and run wide a couple of times. Not a whole lot of success running laterally yet. And Anna Shansley will put it in the air for the first pass of the ball game. Now rolling to the near side. Lofts one out here. Nobody out there in the pattern but Warriors. And that one will fall incomplete, out of bounds, and bring up a 3rd down and long situation. You would figure it would be a passing situation for the Red Tornadoes, but who knows?
Yeah, and I think a very good decision by Anna Shansley there. Rolled out, had no receiver that looked open, and decided to throw the ball away and go to the next play to 3rd down and try to pick up the first down.
Well, we got to look right there at number 5, Garrett Casper. He'll be one of his favorite receivers throughout this evening, a senior, 6'1", 175. Also goes as a safety on defense, but a passing situation, one would figure here, offset I formation with the fullback in there, Glad, and Anna Shansley dropping back, lofting one up the near sideline. Good coverage there as the pass is broken up and will fall incomplete, and this would be a punting situation for the Red Tornadoes as the Warrior defense holds.
Looks like Murray again, number 8, back there on the defense, and Murray can really run, and they try to throw the fade route over the top of him, but he was there in great position.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the replay here.
and it's Murray running with him. And I think that he understood that they're going to have to throw something fairly deep. It was 3rd and long, and so he gave a little ground and did a good job of defending that pass.
May have been fortunate that wasn't picked off. Murray had the inside position on that. Here's the snap back on the punt. Nice high punt. It'll be fair caught inside the 20. And the Warriors will take over for their second possession of the ball game. 7-0 our score. We're back with more 4A semifinal action after these messages. You know what?
Benefit in my life at a cost that worked for me.
With cable, I couldn't get the services I wanted the way I wanted them.
The SBC family gives you more choices like the proven reliability of SBC local and long distance service, digital satellite TV, and high-speed internet, all for under $85 a month. Add Singular Wireless and the savings just get better. Go online now.
SBC, now joined with AT&T.
Auto, home, life, and business. Ask about the many discounts. You may qualify. Also brought to you by the Frisco Conference Center in Clinton, Oklahoma. Remember the Conference Center for your next business meeting, social event, or trade show. This state-of-the-art facility can accommodate any event. Championship golf and local attractions are waiting for you at the Frisco Conference Center in Clinton, Oklahoma, just 90 miles west of Oklahoma City. Call 580-323-7874 for more information. And tonight's action also brought to you by our partner SBC Yahoo DSL. And we welcome you back to Putnam City Stadium. Chris Johnson, along with Craig Strickland, J.D. Northcutt down on the sidelines. We've got an outstanding ball game for you right now. 4A semifinal action exclusively here on KSBI TV, Oklahoma's sports station. 7:04 remaining in the first period right now. Glenpool off an opening touchdown drive, leading 7-0 as they come out for their second offensive possession of the evening. Ball on their own 16. And there's a give to the second man through, and he is around the right side for a couple of yards on the far sideline.
That was Murray trying to give him the ball, and he's a speedy guy, and then tried that quick sweep around the end and did a good job of picking up 5 or 6 yards.
Gerard Murray, we talked about him, really a dual threat, Craig. 42 catches on the year as well, 840 yards, 14 touchdowns receiving as well, and doing the quick math, that's about 20 yards a catch every time they get the ball in his hands. That time they do it on the ground, and they come out in an I formation. Once again, receiver in motion to the near side. They'll go to the fullback this time, or rather the end around to Murray. And Murray with the carry, good enough for the first down along the near sideline here, right in front of the Red Tornado bench.
That's a very impressive play, and they time it up really well. You can tell they've worked on that time and time again. That handoff is timing up perfect to where he catches him in full stride, and he's able to get around the end and pick up big yards.
Oh, and you can see the speed by Murray there. Good tackle by Garrett Casper coming from his safety position for the Red Tornadoes. So first down and 10 for Glenpool, leading 7-0, just under 6 minutes to go here in the first period as they come out with quarterback Philip Goddard under center. I formation behind him once again. 2 receivers to the near side. Now one goes in motion. They fake to give to him. They'll give it to the tailback now. Breaking it outside is Cardell Clemens. He's got room along the far sideline again and is going to be spun down and brought down right about the 35 in Clinton territory. And he's got some jets out there, no question
Chris,
about it.
This kid can play, and they're working the offense around him, and now they're running the fake hand sweep around the end and then giving it to Clemens. You know, they kind of baited him into that play, and he bounced it outside and for a big gain. This kid, you don't have to watch him play for very long to realize he's a player.
Well, and you got to wonder how effective that fake was on the end around, having just given it to Murray going the other direction. We've seen them hit the middle with the fullback on a couple of plays, their first 2 plays from scrimmage actually. Now they've got it going side to side. It's been effective in the first 2 drives as they're in Clinton territory once again. First down and 10 for Glenpool. I formation behind the quarterback Goddard. 2 receivers split to the far side there. This time they'll do the toss sweep, and it's Clemens inside the 30 down near the 25 before he's ridden out of bounds.
I think Coach Edwards has a really good game plan in trying to keep everything outside the tackles. You know, I think that's a really very good idea. He doesn't keep a lot of the things going in the trenches, keeping around, like you said, with the hand sweep around the end around there, and then everything is a toss and things of that nature. And so I think that Clemens and Murray kind of complement each other to where you are trying to stop one, the other one ends up being the game breaker on you.
Pretty good 1-2 punch, no question about it, as Glenpool with a second down and 3 yards to go. Now they need to get right down to the 22. Ball resting on the 25. Goddard under center. This time they'll go straight up the middle with Clemens. He hurdles the tackler and then has the first down inside the 20 as they keep the chains moving here. And Glenpool not missing a beat offensively right now.
No, they're not. Very, very impressive drive.
See a lot of stickers on Mr. Clemens' helmet there, and a lot of the other Warriors as well. And you know, you don't get those stickers just for the sake of it. Those are earned.
No, those aren't courtesy stickers. Those are ones you definitely earn on the ball field, and these guys are showing that they're a very talented bunch.
Well, and you've got to imagine if your coach Steve Edwards over there on that Glenpool sideline, this is pretty much exactly how you would have drawn it up. Under 4:35 to go here in the first period. They've pretty much controlled the tempo thus far, marching toward another score as they give it to the fullback. He moves the pile ahead down inside the 15-yard line. They'll spot it, all right, about the 12.5.
Yeah, they're able to pick up chunks of yardage, and I think now they're kind of dictating the momentum of this game, and I think keeping Clinton guessing a little bit. You know, it's something that you would think Clinton, with the defense that they have and what they've done this season, might be the other way around, but Glenpool's able to come out here and really sustain this drive and looking really good tonight.
Well, and we saw him go outside on a couple of plays with success. The last two, they've gone right up the middle with the tailback and fullback. This time receiver in motion to the near side. I formation once again. No surprise there as they'll give it to Clemens. He cuts it outside and is going to be down near the first down marker. Inside the 10-yard line down to about the 7. And we'll see where they wind up spotting this, but another good run from Cardell Clemens.
Very good, very shifty player, and they pulled and came around, looked like we've got a hold, and so that'll definitely.
Well, that will negate another good run by him, no doubt, and there was a reason that there was room to run there. So the first penalty of the evening here, that'll go against the Warriors, and that will move the sticks back a little bit here, as it is a hold there, signaled by the official.
And this game's been a pretty clean ball game so far. Not many flags on the ground, and these teams are just two very well coached ball clubs and very fundamental in what they do. And so I think that flags won't be a huge factor in the game.
Yeah, two well-coached teams. You don't expect to see a whole lot of laundry out there. We got a glimpse of the Warrior crowd moments ago. They're over there on the visiting side. Good contingent in blue and white supporting their Warriors here as they try and earn a berth in next week's State 4A Class 4A, pardon me, State Championship. This time they'll give it on the end around once again to the receiver. Nothing there for him that time. Clinton was not fooled at all.
Now you have, there's a very good play call on the other side of the ball. You know, defense coordinator at Clinton has made some adjustments, and they're prepared to stop that end around there.
And it looks like that was Murray once again on the carry. He found some room on the earlier end around to start this drive, but that time the Red Tornado defense, they were on to him, and you see their captain there, Garrett Casper, the safety.
Very good
senior,
one-on-one tackle there by Casper.
Yeah, he brings good size from the safety position. Third down, and we'll call it 15 yards to go for the Warriors. First passing attempt of the evening, as this one will be thrown out of bounds well over the head
I think
of
we've got
Murray.
a late hit, Chris. Looks like the quarterback got hit late, and that penalty might just give them the first down on a play that was probably very unnecessary.
No question about it, and I'm sure coaches would tell you every penalty is unnecessary.
Right.
But that one right there, particularly costly for the Red Tornadoes, is that it looks like it's going to keep the drive alive here for the Warriors after the defense had helped.
And they had it well defended on the backside, and with an overthrown ball and a good defense, and then gets negated by a roughing the passer penalty.
And you are correct, sir, in your analysis, as we see the signal right there from the referee, and that will indeed be a first down. We'll see where they spot this. I think they're going to have a chance to earn a first down. It won't be a first and goal situation. As it looks like, yeah, they're having a little bit of a discussion here on where to put the chains at this point. Looks like we'll put the chains, spot the ball right outside the 10-yard line, so won't be a first and goal situation. 2:39 to go here in the first period. Glenpool up early, 7-0. They scored on the third play from scrimmage on a run by Cardell Clemens. He went 62 yards on a third down and short situation. Glenpool looking to make it a 2-score contest right now. I formation behind the quarterback, Philip Goddard. One receiver to the near side, one to the far side. Far side receiver coming in motion. They fake the give to him. They'll give it to Clemens. He's going to slip down right at the line of scrimmage as he tries to make a cut.
Yeah, you can see Clemens, he saw a hole to cut up in there, but a little too quick and lost some footing there. But, you know, with sometimes with quickness brings a little bit of loss of traction sometimes. And so, but he's a guy that I think before this night's over is going to make plenty of plays and probably won't see too much more of that.
Sometimes the eyes want to take you where the feet can't necessarily get you. And right there was a perfect example of that. That'll bring up a second down. We'll call it 10 and a half as they lost about a half a yard on the carry. 2 receivers to the near side this time. Goddard rolling to the near side, avoiding pressure. Now throws a pass up there for Murray. That's going to be caught down inside the 5-yard line. They'll spot it right about the 4.
Really nice catch there by Murray, and rolled him out of the pocket. And they're stuffing basically 8 or 9 guys in the box trying to prevent this run. And so I think there's going to be some opportunities to hit some pass plays here near the goal line. And that was a great catch and an adjustment that you'll see here by Murray.
Threw pretty well. Going a lot of times that's a difficult throw, rolling left and throwing back across his body there. Planted the feet though after he avoided the pressure and got it to Murray. So a 3rd down and short situation. We'll call it 3 yards to go here. Glenpool driving for the 2nd time this evening. I formation once again behind the quarterback Goddard as they send the receiver in motion from the near side to the far side. He'll turn and give it to Clemens, and we've got flags on the field.
We've got a tight end to jump there. Penalties might end up really damaging this drive.
Well, we saw a big penalty moments ago by the defense keeping the drive alive. We'll see what this one is, and indeed it is a procedure penalty against the Warriors, so that'll make this a more difficult proposition here on 3rd down. Be a 3rd down and about 8 yards to go as they need to get it right inside the 1-yard line there.
I think maybe the play action might be the way to go here. Keep him off balance and maybe throw a man-to-man route on the outside. As I was watching Goddard before the game, he's a very fundamental quarterback and a guy that I know that Coach trusts. And he was talking about how he loves bringing in quarterbacks and starting them as seniors and letting them work their way up. And so I know he has a lot of confidence in Goddard. So maybe you put the ball in his hands and see if he can make a play here.
Kind of the Mike Leach philosophy, always having an experienced guy back there, not necessarily in terms of game experience, but a guy that's been around the program, knows what the coaching staff wants to do. Big 3rd down here. They'll go with Clemens on the pitch near side. Outstanding move in the hole there as he escapes a couple of tacklers. Will be brought down short of the 1st down, but there's some of that escapability. They had him in a phone booth there. He was able to make 2 defenders miss and might have come up a little bit lame on the play as we see him rolling on the ground right there, and they'll stop the clock here with 26 seconds remaining in the 1st period. But a lot of eyes in Glenpool paying attention to what's going on down there on the field right now.
And he worked hard to make that play. It looked like number 74, John Paul Dixon for Clinton, had him in the backfield, and he made a great move to go ahead and pick up 5 or 6 more yards there. And you hate to see any player and a player of Cardell Clemens' abilities on the ground. That's a terrible thing, and hopefully he's okay, and it's just a minor bump there.
Well, if there's any good news, it doesn't appear that they're checking a knee or anything like that at this point. But you see Coach Steve Edwards headed out there on the field right now. The offensive lineman taking advantage of this moment, taking a knee there and getting a little bit of a breather. And Clemens is up and on his feet here, walking off the field under his own power. So that's always good to see, and I would imagine that they're going to have to cart him off the field to keep him out of this 4A semifinal.
I would think so.
Tonight.
It didn't seem. It seemed when he was on the ground there that I think that he might have just caught a helmet somewhere funny or something. It didn't seem like a major injury. So I think you'll see him for the rest of the night.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't somewhere funny to Cardell, no question about it. We'll see what who they go with here at tailback. And it looks like Glenpool will go ahead. You can see what a cog he is in their offensive lineup. They're going to go ahead and use a timeout here, and I would assume we'll probably see him back on the field here after we come back from the timeout. And I want to remind you, tonight's ball game is brought to you by Southwest Interiors and Certified Travel, the store with more. From Hallmark cards and gifts to Wilton cake supplies and picture frames, you'll find it all at Southwest Interiors and Certified Travel, 521 Frisco Avenue in Clinton. Also by the Bank of the West. With a friendly and helpful staff, Bank of the West is here to serve you. Stop by one of our 4 locations today for free checking and competitive CD rates. Bank of the West, serving all your banking needs. And also brought to you by PrimeVest. Whether you're looking for more interest income on your certificates of deposit, mutual funds, a retirement plan, or a review of your investment portfolio, PrimeVest can help. Come by and see investment representatives Ken Baker and David Davis at 501 Gary Boulevard in Clinton. And we certainly thank all of our fine commercial sponsors helping to make this 4A broadcast possible this evening. We welcome you if you're just joining us. 7-0 our score. Glenpool leading in this one, a little bit of a surprise early on. They took the opening kickoff the length of the field and are trying to add to their lead right now. A 4th down situation. They'll go for it here. 4th and 2. I formation behind the quarterback, Goddard. He'll roll to the far side. Looking into the end zone. Lost a pass up there in the back of the end zone, and it is going to be hauled in for the touchdown. That was Murray back there. No surprise as to who was on the receiving end, but a great job by Goddard buying time.
Yeah, I really like that play. Goddard got outside, and outstanding play call by Coach. He got Goddard outside the pocket and rolled that pocket out there. Had plenty of time to wait and let the play develop. And looks like Murray did a great job of adjusting and getting the back of the end zone. An outstanding catch.
Boy, and a good job of knowing where he was in the end zone right there by Murray. You see him get the toe down. Great camera work on that one. And gets both feet in. No question about that one whatsoever. And the timeout paying off for Glenpool, as you've got to imagine that Clemens attracted quite a bit of attention on that touchdown toss there. Point after is good, and we're going to go down to the field now to J.D. Northcutt.
Hey guys, you might imagine the crowd, Glenpool on the far side, really fired up. The Clinton crowd on the near side definitely seems like they're sitting on their hands right now. They are shocked here, down here on the near side, watching the coaches. They have that look on their face as well, that they really don't know what hit them. Well, I'll tell you what's hit them. Steve Edwards, Craig and I talked with him before the ball game, that we talked about their running game. They're mixing it up a little bit with the pass. Murray made a big play on defense, makes a big play on offense, and hey, we got a 14-0 barn burner here, and with 18 seconds left to go here in the first quarter. Back up to you.
All right, good stuff, J.D. And you're right, that Clinton defense, we've talked about it a couple of times, Craig, not used to surrendering points, let alone surrendering the first couple touchdowns. They haven't come up with a stop yet defensively.
No, this game is developing into exactly what Glenpool was looking forward to, and they've got the momentum right now and kind of taken away from the defending state champions, and so that's huge in a ball game like this. And the thing that you can notice across the board is that the players making plays for Glenpool are 3 seniors out there getting the job done.
Glenpool goes with that short kickoff again, fielded right here on the near side, and up across the 35-yard line is Terrence McBrayer, the running back for Clinton. They'll set up shop with good field position once again. One of the things to note, though, we're near the end of the first quarter here, 14 seconds remaining. Glenpool has been working against the wind. Again, a good steady breeze, 22 miles per hour out of the south, gusting up to 28 throughout the evening here, and Clinton is about to turn around and try and work into that wind. They'll be able to get off a play or two offensively here before the end of the period, though. They come out this time I formation, 1 receiver split to the far side. Quarterback Anna Shansley fakes the pitch, gives it to the fullback, and he is stacked up right there, right about the 40-yard line, just short of it. So good job there by the middle of that Warrior defense as they stack him up right there at the line of scrimmage. And that's going to bring us to the end of the first period. After 1 period of action, 14-0 our score. Glenpool leading in a little bit of a surprise over Clinton. We're back with more high school semifinal action right here on KSBI TV after these messages.
Hello, pardon me. How's it going with your bank? Oh. What's the matter? Don't they pay attention to you anymore? Gee, that must really get to you. Bet you don't want to think about it anymore, do you? Probably not.
And tonight's ball game brought to you by Howe Chevrolet Nissan, where the Big Indian stands in Clinton, where you can get a 2005 Nissan Sentra for $13,450. Howe Chevrolet Nissan in Clinton. 580-323-3133. Also by Blunks for all your photography needs. Visit the Blunk Studios website and check out our Christmas specials. See which of our 6 portrait studios is nearest you. Choose professionally trained photographers with years of experience and the latest in technology. Blunk Studio Photographers, members of Professional Photographers of America. Also by Dottie's Bridal and Formal Wear for special occasions in your life. Choose Dottie's Bridal and Formal Wear in downtown Clinton. Dottie's is your choice for weddings, proms, and parties. You'll find special occasion wear as well as lingerie, jewelry, shoes, and the perfect gifts. Step in Dottie's today and step out in style. And we welcome you back to Putnam City Stadium. Chris Johnson along with Craig Strickland up here in the booth. And we've got J.D. Northcutt down on the sidelines. Heard from J.D. moments ago. Outstanding ball game underway here. A little bit of a surprise if you're just joining us. 14-0. Glenpool with the early lead as we get underway in the second quarter here. And here's a halfback pass complete down inside the 30-yard line and brought down right about the 26. Number 7 there, Grant Phillips, the big 6'2", 205 senior on the receiving end.
Terrence McBrayer's a do-it-all type of player. They pitched the ball out to him. He set up and threw a nice ball there to Phillips. And Phillips did a great job of catching it, running, and picking up every yard he could. He ducked his head and picked up more yardage. And you know that Coach Lee is over there trying to figure out any way he can to get his team back in this ball game as quick as possible. And has done a great job with that play.
Well, great point there, Craig. We talked about Clinton being perhaps a little bit more two-dimensional offensively, but they definitely don't want to get into a situation where there's scoreboard pressure on them any worse than they've got right now and feel like they have to throw the ball, particularly going into the wind here tonight. But Coach Lee digging into that bag of tricks early on as we've got a timeout on the field. Not sure which team took this one. Looks like Glenpool has taken their second timeout of the evening. As you look into the Clinton huddle here, Coach Mike Lee instructing his troops. They find themselves in some unfamiliar territory right
They do,
now.
and I think that with that play call, especially with it being a running back throwing the ball against the wind, that is something that was definitely not expected. And so I really like the play call there, and McBrady did a great job of just getting the ball. His wide receiver, was wide open, and he just did a great job getting the ball out there to him.
Wasn't necessarily pretty, but effective.
That's right.
He got it out there.
It got there. You can't expect a whole lot from a guy that doesn't play the position, but he did a great job of delivering the ball.
We'll see if Clinton can capitalize here as they've got the ball in Glenpool territory for the first time this evening, resting just inside the 26-yard line. I formation once again behind the quarterback. One receiver to the near side. They'll give it to the tailback. He is met right there at the 25, driven backwards, and a great form tackle there by one of the Warriors.
Yeah, T.J. Hoffman, second leading tackler on the team, has done a great job this season. 6'2", 190-pound senior. And just did a great job of wrapping up, as you see here, putting his head down, and that's a textbook tackle, picking him up and finishing it off.
Boy, did a good job of fighting off the block there by the left tackle and was right there with contain. So second down, and they'll give him a yard on the carry. Second down and 9. Receiver in motion from the near side to the far side. This time they'll pitch it out to the tailback, and he's going to be cut down in the backfield. Great stop there. And I believe the player may be hurt on the tackle as the tailback was brought down in the backfield for a loss of 3 or 4. That was number 20, Terrence McBrayer, on the carry once again. Great tackle there by number 27.
Tackle by number 27, Nick Thomas, a linebacker. Unfortunately, I think he might have taken a knee to the helmet or something like that. He really attacked him quick, but sometimes as a defender is coming down to make the tackle and that knee comes up, you can really take a blow.
Well, we saw the mouthpiece go flying out there, so it was one of those that jarred it loose. Happy to report, and you see him over there on the sideline. He was able to get up. Did have his bell rung just a little bit, though. And we're going to have a timeout now from the Clinton sideline. So both teams using their allotment of timeouts. Doesn't do you any good to save them and go into the halftime locker room with them. That'll stop the clock with 10:58 remaining here in the second period. 14-0 our score. Glenpool leading over Clinton right now. And we want to remind you, KSBI TV, your exclusive home for state championship action. We're happy to bring you the 4A semifinal ball game tonight. And we were here at the same stadium last night, Myron Patton and Robert Allen in these seats. And Craig, they had what might be the game of the year in Oklahoma high school football with Mustang eking out a win over Muskogee 48-44 in dramatic fashion.
Oh, that game was great. Watching those, being an arena football player, watching the Mustang offense move the ball up and down the field, and watching Matt Edmonds and the Cooper kid from Mustang, they're just outstanding ball players, and that was a well-fought game. Muskogee turned around with a great running game. That junior running back that they have is going to be something else. He already looks like a Division I college player as a junior in high school, so I look forward to seeing what he does next year. But that was an outstanding game in a great high school atmosphere with the crowd involved.
Well, and our 6A final is set for next week. That'll be at Owen Field, and it'll pit Tulsa Union, returning 6A champions, against Mustang. Mustang was in the semifinals last night for the first time since 1983, so the Broncos, an old familiar face, back in the finals of Class 6A. Right here, though, we're trying to decide who will meet Wagner in the 4A final next week, as this pass is broken up along the near hash here. That'll bring up a 4th down.
Ball seemed to maybe get tipped off the line there. I'm not sure, but it looked like it came out a little funny. And
we'll take a look here and see if somebody got a hand on that as they send a receiver in with the play. You see a couple of young Red Tornado fans right there dreaming of the day that they might be on the field in those burgundy uniforms. Right now, though, 4th and 12, and it looks like they'll go ahead and go for it here. Be tough to kick a field goal from right here. It'd be about a 45-yarder, but you add the wind in there, and it's going to be a tough one. Anna Shansley back to pass. Lofts it along the near side, caught inside the 10. That's going to be good for the 1st down.
What a play.
That was Tanner Jones, the junior tight end, 6'2", 220 on the receiving end of that, and he looked pretty good throwing that into this breeze.
He did. Big-time throw and big-time catch, and I know Anna Shansley had a great game last week, and as we mentioned earlier, built a lot of confidence coming into this game, and he delivered a big-time ball at a crucial time.
That's pretty good coverage on the play there by Landon Bowler for the Warriors.
And a great catch there.
Anna Shansley laid that one in there. Nice little spiral on that. They'll set up with a 1st down and goal situation now. Ball resting inside the 10. They give it to the tailback, and not much there for him once again, as a host of Warriors there to bring him down right about the line of scrimmage. That was McBrayer again on the carry, and they'll give him about a half a yard there. Ball spotted right at the 8-yard line now, so a 2nd down and goal situation.
Looked like that might have been linebacker Mike Wright that got in there and kind of created some trouble there in the backfield.
We've called Wright's name for the fullback position a couple times tonight. First tackle that we've got him in on.
Also, Shrinsky looked like number 74 got in there.
Tackling by committee for the Warrior defense there. They'll give it to McBrayer again. This time they'll try the left side. Not a whole lot doing there, as number 53, Chris Waldrop, their leading tackler on the season, was there to get him by the ankles first.
And one of their coaches talking in the pregame, I was talking to an assistant coach that said if he's more than 165 pounds, it would be he wouldn't believe it. He said he's a little bitty guy, 5'7". He predicted 5'7", 165 pounds or so, playing the linebacker spot and leading the team in tackles. So he's a very tough kid.
Well, and you talked about it, Clinton with a little bit of a size advantage on the lines, and we'll see how much they try and exercise that throughout the evening here. Haven't had much luck running between the tackles thus far, as this time Anna Shansley will roll out with it. Looks to the end zone, has a man. Did he get in the end zone? That's Tanner Jones. We'll wait to see where the officials spot this one.
Chris, I thought he hit his feet in the end zone as he came down, but they're spotting it just a few inches, looks like outside.
Boy, I don't think he could be any closer without getting in there. You see it right there, and we'll take a look at it on the replay here. As Anna Shansley with the fake to McBrayer.
I like the play. Brought the guard around to set up the pocket. Very good play. Looked like he was in the end zone, but they put him at the, looked like the 1 or 2 inch line there instead of the end zone, but great throw and catch.
They line up in a power formation here. 2 tight ends, I formation. McBrayer dotting the I behind the quarterback, Anna Shansley. They'll go with the fullback. He's stacked up, and we're waiting for a signal. Glenpool thinks they've got him stopped, and they do. A huge 4th down stop by that Warrior defense.
Boy, when they say this game's a matter of inches, you better believe it. It went from a questionable spot there to stopping on 4th down and turn this from a 14-7 game to maintaining a 14-0 lead.
Boy, and that was a 7-point play there by Jordy Kennedy on the pass play on 3rd down, as he kept him out of the end zone. And we'll take another look at that again here, Craig. Great camera work by the guys there on the sidelines, as Looks like he might have tapped that right toe down in the end zone, but Kennedy there to drive him back into the field of play. So Glenpool with their third possession of the evening after Clinton is stopped on the doorstep. They've got a long way to go here, and the quarterback Goddard will just simply move the pile. He's out across the 5-yard line to the 6.
That was impressive quarterback sneak there. Normally you would like to get, you expect to get 1 or 2 yards, but anytime you can pick up 4 or 5 yards like that, that's a huge advantage in a quarterback sneak situation.
Well, Goddard with good size at the quarterback position there as he goes 6 foot, about 195 pounds. Right there, he's the type of guy that can really plow ahead behind the center. We've seen a couple of smaller quarterbacks the last couple of ball games that we've had here. That's a big gain, though. It gets them somewhat out of the shadow of their own goalpost and brings up a manageable second down. They need to get the ball just past the 10-yard line. Ball resting just beyond the 5 right now, so we'll call it a 2nd and 5. And Goddard sees something he doesn't like, tries to get a timeout. The official back here, though, the back judge, throws the flag, and I think he got the timeout called before the delay of game penalty.
Okay, so a little confusion there on the lining up.
Well, that is Glenpool's third timeout. They use it here with 7:50 remaining in the first half of play. Glenpool leading 14-0. If you've just joined us, we want to welcome you to KSBI TV's coverage of the state playoffs. This is the 4A semifinal brought to you here tonight by Blunk's Photography. Blunk's for all your photography needs. Visit the Blunk Studios website and check out their Christmas specials. See which of their 6 portrait studios is nearest to you. Choose professionally trained photographers with years of experience and the latest in technology. Blunk Studio Photographers, members of Professional Photographers of America. Also brought to you by Dottie's Bridal and Formal Wear. For special occasions in your life, choose Dottie's Bridal and Formal Wear in downtown Clinton. Dottie's is your choice for weddings, proms, and parties. You'll find special occasion wear as well as lingerie, jewelry, shoes, and the perfect gifts. Step in Dottie's today and step out in style. And a great first quarter and first half of the second period here of action for Glenpool. As we heard from J.D. Northcutt on the sidelines a few moments ago, Craig, Clinton in a little bit of a state of shock before that drive. The Red Tornadoes had to be feeling good marching in for what appeared to be a touchdown, and it's going to be interesting to see how this defense responds now after a momentum-changing play like that.
They're definitely going to have to come up big for them now after that crucial stop by Glenpool.
2nd down and 5 here for the Warriors. Philip Goddard at quarterback. He'll give to the tailback, Cardell Clemens. He's got the first down and more as he's out across the 15-yard line.
Well, that offensive line is creating holes now for him, and now that they're able to run inside, this offense is going to be tough to stop them. They have kind of an arena type of a lineup set up front. Those linemen, they're not the biggest guys, but they're guys that can turn around and play both ways, and they're very athletic-looking linemen, and I think they're starting to get the best of Clinton right now.
Yeah, pretty good looking hole there that he ran through over the right side as they move the chains once again. And once again, Clinton has yet to stop this Glenpool offense this evening. Their third possession here. They've scored touchdowns on the previous 2 as you see that clock continuing to roll here. Both these teams like to chew it up on the ground. And as I say that, naturally Goddard goes to the air. He's got a man, got behind the defense, but laid it out there a little bit too long for Gerard Murray. We've already seen him on both sides of the ball contributing tonight.
Yeah, that was a nice throw. He put it out there where only Gerard could get to it and made sure to put enough air under it to where the defenders couldn't get underneath and make an interception. That was a good throw, just a good coverage back there.
And again, Murray, the big play guy through the air for the Warriors. 42 catches on the season, over 800 yards, found the end zone 14 times. On his way to racking up a 20-yard per catch average. So a 2nd down and 10 situation here for the Warriors. Play clock at 10 seconds as Goddard barks out the play. I formation behind him. They get the snap off in time. They'll give it to Clemens, who cuts it back to the near side. Not a whole lot going there along the right side of the line as he's wrapped up and brought down after a gain of 2 or 3.
Yeah, that was a heck of a play by Clinton's defense. They're starting to swarm, keeping 8, 9 guys close to that box area and doing a good job of swarming right there.
That Red Tornado defense trying to come up with the answer right now. Their offense was just stopped moments ago on the doorstep. They literally had the ball about 6 inches away from the end zone. A 4th down attempt The Glenpool defense held, and the Warriors with the ensuing possession here, trying to convert a 3rd down and 7 from their own 19-yard line. Here's the pitch to Clemens along the far side. He's going to be wrapped up in the backfield for a loss of a yard or 2, and there's that swarming defense once again.
Garrett Casper, he's a kid that's doing a great job of keeping everything, funneling everything inside, and he was there again on that play. I think he was there on the previous play and did a good job from that strong safety position of coming up and funneling everything to the inside and getting some help from, where the swarm comes from, that inside.
We'll see the punt team for the first time this evening for Glenpool, as they will have the wind at their back. Back deep to receive for Clinton, number 22. Pardon me, that's we don't have a 22 on the roster here. We'll get his name momentarily, as the punt will bound across the 50 and be down right about the 45, and that was number 32, Dwayne Barker. Back deep for the Red Tornadoes, so they'll set up shop with good field position. The ball just inside their 45-yard line. And if you're Clinton, you've got to be going out there with a pretty good feeling offensively after a defensive stand. You drove the ball down there, and for all intents and purposes, got it in on the last drive. So more of the same. Is that what we're going to see from them?
I think so, and the momentum is starting to shift a little bit toward the Clinton side. They're controlling a little bit of the line of scrimmage, and with them driving the ball down, making a good stop on defense there, and now getting the ball in good field position here next to midfield.
We'll see what the offense can do here as Barry Anashansley leads them out there once again. They'll line up in that I formation. We've seen that all evening long out of the Red Tornadoes with Coach Mike Lee. One receiver split to the near side, one to the far side. That's Barker to the far side. To the near side is Grant Phillips. Phillips will go in motion now. Taps the quarterback on his way by, and they'll turn and roll to the far side. Anashansley looking downfield, lost a pass up there for Jones rather. Hard to tell if the defender got a hand on it or not, but the pass falls incomplete as he was looking for his tight end out there.
Looked like Wilhite made a great play. Linebacker Jamie Wilhite, the senior, ran out there and got in front of that pass, and that could have been a big play, but he hustled out there and got a hand in the way. And
well, that he did. Good coverage there by the linebacker getting out there. And we've seen them, they really like to roll the pocket, it appears. Not a whole lot of straight drop back out of this Clinton offense.
That was a nice read by him. They did a play action, but he didn't bite on it and caught the crossing route coming through.
2nd down and 10 situation. Anashansley going to drop back, quick drop this time, and a nice little out route here, caught on the sideline, and good enough for 1st down yardage, it looks like, as Grant Phillips on the receiving end that time as he shoved out of bounds, stopping the clock.
It was a good throw and catch, and with them having to put so many people in the box to try to stop this running game of Clinton, it opens up some of the shorter passing routes, and those corners are playing a little soft, and so I think they can take advantage of some of the underneath throws.
Well, we've seen him struggle a little bit with the running game, so trying to, the old cliche is use the run to open up the pass, and it looks like Clinton has had to go about it the other way. They've had to use the pass to try and open up the run a little bit here and moving the ball effectively through the air. 1st down and 10. Ball resting right about the 44.5-yard line in Glenpool territory for the 2nd consecutive drive. Clinton on their side of the field. This is Anashansley firing over there, almost picked off on the far sideline as
Nick Thomas again. The linebackers are doing a great job getting in front of the passing lanes. They're spreading the pocket out. Anashansley's buying time, throwing good balls. They're running good routes. It's just Glenpool's doing a good job of getting their linebackers out in the lanes and getting their hands on the ball.
And we see that roll to the far side once again. Anashansley, haven't seen him tuck it and run it yet on the roll. Right there, the great coverage as he climbed the ladder to get a hand on it. And Thomas, one of the underclassmen out there for Coach Steve Edwards. He's just a junior. He'll be back next year. 2nd down situation here for the Red Tornadoes as Anashansley will do the quarterback draw this time, and he's going to be tracked down there after a gain of a couple of yards. Good pursuit by one of the D linemen.
T.J. Hoffman again. You'll hear his name a lot tonight. Great defensive end and tracked it down, kind of sniffed out the draw play there, and does a good job working off of a tackle and working off of a block and coming and making the tackle.
That looked like a draw all the way there as Anashansley didn't take very deep of a drop as he gets the call in from the sidelines now, being brought in by Garrett Casper. He's called his name at safety a couple of times, but he's also out there at wide out. 3rd down situation here for Clinton. 3rd and 7 as they try and get on the scoreboard, trailing 14-0. There's a nice throw and catch, and ball popped loose. They will call that an incompletion, I do believe, as the lineman comes in. And there's the signal, no possession. Grant Phillips tried to haul that one down, but somebody came up from the secondary and brought the wood on that one, jarring the ball loose. And it'll be another 4th down situation. This time looks like Clinton will not go for it. We'll check the replay here, see who laid the big hit on him.
Very nice throw and catch, and I believe who got in there was number 8, I believe.
That was Murray once again. We've seen him do it on both sides of the ball. Done everything but bring out the water here for Glenpool tonight. And Glenpool looking like they're wary of the fake. They bring the second receiver up in a safety position here right about the 30-yard line, as it looks like they will punt the ball into the wind here. And this is an end-over-end kick, going to go out of bounds. And let's see where they spot this one. The linesman walking up here near the 20-yard line, and I think this may be on this side of the 20. Sure enough, right about the 23 is where they'll spot the ball.
I think Cameron would like to have that one back. I think he was trying to angle it, but maybe not that much. And so he's kind of a do-it-all player. Also goes back and plays offense, defense, and does some punting for him, and maybe want to angle that a little bit farther down the field.
And we welcome you, if you're just joining us, to the KSBI TV SBC Yahoo DSL Game of the Week. 14-0 our score. You see it right there. Clinton trailing Glenpool in a little bit of a surprise here. And I'm Chris Johnson along with Craig Strickland here in the booth handling the color commentary. Down on the sidelines, J.D. Northcutt. And we're going to go ahead and take a commercial break here. We're going to go ahead and keep it here, I guess. And with Craig, we were talking about a little bit of a surprise as Glenpool jumps out early. We talked about Cardell Clemens off the top of the broadcast. He was one of our players to watch coming into the ball game. Gaudy numbers for him out of the backfield from his running back position. He ripped off a 62-yard run on the 3rd play of the ball game. Then Glenpool got another touchdown on their 2nd drive off a 3-yard pass from the quarterback Philip Goddard to Zerard Murray. That's where we stand right now, 14-0. Clinton, though, they found a way in his last 2 possessions to move the ball somewhat.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Glenpool and what they've done. They've used their 3 seniors. You know, we talk about Goddard, Clemens, and Murray, and all 3 of them have played a big part in this ball game. They've limited. They haven't had any turnovers, and I think that's a huge part in this game. And they came out and scored right off the bat, and showed Clinton that they're here to play. And I think that's big when you're talking about a team with the respect that Clinton deserves, and them coming off a state championship undefeated team. You have to come in here and get respect early. And I think that's what Glenpool established, and they set the tone for the game.
Well, and Glenpool, of course, getting here to the 3rd round, the semifinal round. They knocked off Poto 44-26 in the 1st round. Then last week in the quarterfinals, knocked off number 5 Piedmont 35-34 in overtime in one of last week's better ball games. 1st down situation for him, though, right now is the quarterback Goddard under center. He'll give it to Clemens. There's room up the middle. Has about 5 before he's met by a linebacker. And that'll set up a 2nd down and 5 situation for Glenpool here. As you see, good room once again over the right side. And Clemens does a real good job of picking his holes there.
He does. And he gets in there, and after initial contact, he's a back that picks up a lot of yards after the initial contact and does a good job with that. And so he's a do-it-all type of a back.
He has been this evening. We haven't seen him catch the ball just yet, but they really haven't needed to, as they've had 3 possessions, scored touchdowns on 2 of them, and now with 3:37 on the clock here in the 2nd quarter, as we got a whistle blown here. They will reset the play clock is what they're going to do there. So Goddard with plenty of time to work with. Glenpool looking to try and extend this lead, though. Huge psychological advantage if they could make this a 3-score game going into the locker room. Clinton, we talked about it. They can throw the ball. Anna Shansley has had some success through the air this season, but they don't want to be forced to be throwing the ball as their primary means of moving it. And we've got a flag here before they can commence with the play.
I think we might have had a little movement on the offensive line there.
Indeed it is. Procedure against the Warriors. That'll back them up and make it a 2nd down and 9 situation there. Virtually wiping out that 1st down run by Clemens.
Yeah, I think here you might be able to take advantage of the wind and give it a shot. Throw it up top and maybe a higher percentage type of a situation. Don't throw a lot of out routes and things like this that could potentially hurt you and get picked off and go to the end zone. But maybe you throw one deep and try to lean on them a little bit with this 14-0 lead.
Well, we saw Murray get behind the defense earlier on one of their previous possessions. Goddard laid it out there just a little bit too long for him, so we'll see if they go up top here Second down, 10.5, we'll call it. I formation behind the quarterback. One receiver split to the far side. This time they'll give it to Clemens over the right side. Dances, now finds his way across the 25. Knocked out of bounds right about the 28-yard line. Nifty bit of running there to gain about 4 or 5 yards on that one.
Yeah, he does a good job of getting every yard he can possibly get. He made the first guy miss again right there, picked up another 3 or 4 yards, and here you'll see him. They had an opportunity to tackle him here and gets outside and picks up another 3 or 4 yards.
Well, stepped right out of a tackle attempt right there at the line of scrimmage, and as you said it, Craig, picked up another 4 or 5. And more importantly, for Glenpool, they've got no timeouts left. That stops the clock for them with 2:46 left here in the half. So they're going to have to pay attention to the sidelines and try and get out of bounds when they can, if they don't manage a big play here. They're going to drive it down the field on the ground. Going to have to be smart about it. Here's a keeper by the quarterback, Goddard. Nice open field tackle there as he's brought down right about the 29-yard line.
There we have Casper again. They tried a little play action, little fake there, and quarterback keeper around the end, but Casper wasn't buying it and snuffed out that play. And so he's, like I said, I'm very impressed with Casper and just how smart he is. He's a guy that's always in position and seems to make the tackle when he has the opportunity.
That'll bring up a 4th down now for the Warriors. A punting situation for them here as Dwayne Barker back deep for the Red Tornadoes once again, standing at about his 38-yard line. You take a look at it there. There's a snap. Ball is kicked. Nice high punt. Driving Barker back inside his 30. Going to get an excellent bounce out of this are the Warriors. And down there to corral it is number 22 right at the 9-yard line. So Clinton 91 yards away from scoring here as the clock is stopped with 1:55 to go here in the first half. Our score, Glenpool 14, Clinton nothing. We're back with more 4A semifinal action on KSBI after these messages.
I hope you're enjoying this evening's high school matchup. SBC Yahoo DSL is proud to be working with KSBI TV to provide these productions every week. I'm Ashley Perkins, Senior Manager, Oklahoma Markets with SBC, and I thought we'd take some time to look at solutions for the computers in your home. If you're like me, you have multiple children and multiple computers living in your home. Now, with these multiple children come multiple arguments. In fact, they argue over who gets to sit in the front seat, what TV they watch, and sometimes they argue just to argue. I found one area in my life that seems to be argument-free, and believe it or not, that's the internet. And that's because we're using a home networking kit to access our SBC Yahoo DSL connection wirelessly in our home. SBC's home networking kit lets everyone in the home simultaneously share a single high-speed connection and create a network of up to 10 computers connected to the internet at high DSL speeds. Does this sound difficult or intimidating? Well, frankly, it's not. If you have more than one computer, creating a home or office network is a great option for you, and it's really easy. The wireless unit connects to the DSL, and the wireless port on the unit sends the signal via frequencies in the air. Wireless cards, like this one for your laptop and for your computer, send the information back. Now, some newer computers already have cards built right in, so there's no need to run additional wiring in your home and no need to be stuck in just one place to be on the internet. We're currently offering some really great package pricing on the home networking kit and the DSL bundle together. You can learn more about these bundles by going to www.sbc.com/Yahoo and look for the special home networking offer. We look forward to helping you find a moment of peace and quiet in your own home. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Here in the first half, Anna Shansley back to pass, comes to the near side. He's got Barker out here on the catch. And let's see if they will spot the ball inbounds. They'll say he got out of bounds, Craig.
Out of bounds.
Stopping it with 1:24 left, and he will have the first down.
Now, I like Coach's call there, staying with a high percentage pass, getting out of bounds and moving those chains and able to stop the clock. You don't want to do anything drastic here and get a turnover involved in something like that with this late in the half. So you want to be smart about what you're doing, even though you need to go on the scoreboard.
And no doubt about it, as Anna Shansley, you see him under center right there, barking out the play call. One back in the backfield behind him, 2 receivers split to the far side. He'll come down the near sideline, though, looking for Barker, and overshoots his man as that one is also out of bounds. Good coverage downfield there by Landon Bowler. the senior defensive back for the Glenpool Warriors.
Very, very good coverage. This Glenpool team does a great job of flying around there. And as we mentioned before, they're very well coached. They're not going to get back, and I don't see a lot of big plays going over the top of them and things of that nature. They understand that there's not much time on the clock, and defending the deep ball is a priority right now.
Garrett Casper, we saw him moments ago getting the play call from head coach Mike Lee for Clinton, bringing the play in. Now Casper split to the near side, one receiver split to the far side. One back in the backfield, that's McBrayer behind the quarterback Barry Anishansley. There's a give to him, and he's got some room here on the near side. A flag comes in from the sideline as he's up to the 30 and across the 30. And that is usually in the neighborhood of holding, but we will wait and see what the call is going to be here.
Very nice play call. Looks like it's going to be against Clinton.
Indeed it is. It's a hold signal there, so that's not going to help their chances on this drive any as we take a look at the replay here. And understandable that there would be room for McBrayer there as Glenpool, respecting the pass right now.
You bet.
So a hold signal there, and that'll make it a second down, and they'll mark this from the spot of the hold there. They're going to spot it all the way back at about the 16-yard line. They need to get up here to the 31. So it'll be second down and 15 yards to go. 1:10 on the clock. Again, Glenpool with a 2-touchdown lead in this one as Barker back in from the sideline with the play call. He'll be split out to the near side here. Wind gusting up to 28, as Brady told us earlier. Steady at 22, and Clinton going right into that wind right now as they'll give it to McBrayer again, and he's out across the 20. Up to about the 21-yard line before he's brought down there.
Yeah, they're still staying on the ground here, which, that play really hurt him, and coach is trying to pick up, on some draw plays and things like that, some chunks of yardage, and kind of catch him off guard and get back to that first down marker and in order to sustain this drive. And that's a very difficult thing that happens when you have an unfortunate penalty like they had.
And the clock now running under 23 seconds. Clinton with 2 timeouts left, but it looks like Coach Mike Lee content to get into the locker room with no further damage done. They'll take a shot, we would imagine, here. And no, they won't. They'll give it to the fullback here on third down rather. He is stopped just shy of the 25-yard line. And it looks like that will do it for the first half of action. So the upstart Glenpool Warriors 2 quarters away from a date with Wagner in the 4A state championship game next weekend. They lead over the Clinton Red Tornadoes 14-0 right now. As you hear the sirens blare in the background, and J.D. Northcutt trying to track down Coach Steve Edwards down there on the field. And Craig, the tone set early in this one. As we talked about Glenpool's running attack, they needed to get Cardell Clemens going early. They did that on the first possession of the ball game. He took it 62 yards to the house on the third play from scrimmage. And their running game really controlled the time of possession, particularly in the first quarter, but really throughout the half.
They definitely did. When they had the drive going against the wind, that drive had to take 7 or 8 minutes and really knocked off the opportunity for Clinton to turn around and use the wind to their advantage. And so that was a tremendous drive to get down there and be able to score and take over. And obviously they set the tone, like you mentioned, with the 62-yard touchdown by Clemens was outstanding and set the tone of the game. And so I think with them being able to come out and do that, it really put Clinton up against the wall, and put their backs against the wall and thought, hey, this team is here to play.
Well, and it's not the first time that Coach Lee has had a squad as long as he's been in coaching. Not the first time he's had his back against the wall, but definitely not something they're used to this season. And we've got J.D. Northcutt standing by down on the field. Let's send it down to you, J.D.
Hey, we're here with Coach Edwards. Coach Edwards, great job in the first half. You come out with the 2 big offensive drives. You had the long play early off, but I really got to give it up to your defensive coordinator, Ted Smith. You guys did a great job with the film this week and getting ready for this Clinton Red Tornado football squad.
Well, yeah, Coach Smith did a great job getting our kids ready. And, this thing's far from over. We know what a great team Clinton is, what a great tradition they have. My hat's off to them. Anytime you can play them like this and play them this close, you got to be glad. So I'm proud of our kids. This half, and we got another half football to play. We're really going to have it strapped on. So I know they're going to game plan up and try to get back after us.
Well, hey, good luck in the second half, and hey, keep up the great work.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Hey, thanks to Coach for stopping by. Great job down here on the with both ball clubs. A lot of good hitting going on down here on the sidelines. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, JD's got the good vantage point down there on the sidelines. We've got a pretty good one ourselves, though, from up here in the box, and a good ball game for the Glenpool Warriors thus far. 14-0, Glenpool leading in this one. You're watching the KSBI TV, SBC, Yahoo DSL Game of the Week. We'll be back with first half analysis and a look ahead to the second half after these commercial messages.
To order a VHS or DVD copy of this or any game, please send a $25 check or money order with your name, address, and telephone number to KSBI TV, 1350 Southeast 82nd Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73149. Please specify which game you are ordering and if you would like a VHS or DVD.
It's a tough world out there, but we can make you and your vehicle even tougher with a Rhino Lining sprayed-on bed liner. Rhino Linings let you push your ride to the max without the wear and tear, whether it's on your truck or inside your boat. Rhino Lining's tough stuff protects everything you put it on. You know the damage drop-in liners can cause, and you don't have to take it. So go on, check out a Rhino Lining and watch how it stands up to anything you throw at it. Rhino! That way, when you're running wild, you can look Mother Nature in the face and say, hey, you want a piece of this? Call now for the location of your nearest Rhino Linings dealer. Rhino Line your boat, your trailer, your SUV, your Jeep, your truck. Heck, Rhino Line your life.
Southwestern Christian University in Bethany, where working adults are able to earn their college degree. If you are looking for a Christian adult environment and have 24 hours towards your degree, then call Southwestern Christian University today, 470-2636. Let us show you how to complete your goal of a college degree by attending class just one night a week. Southwestern Christian University in Bethany, where working adults are able to earn their college degree. The most interactive weather technology in the market is now at your fingertips, along with Storm Sentinel and Genesis Live Future Weather. You can even take a tour of KSBI's State Cam network. Log on to ksbitv.com today.
Tonight's high school broadcast is brought to you by the Bank of the West. With a friendly and helpful staff, Bank of the West is here to serve you. Stop by one of our 4 locations today for free checking and competitive CD rates. Bank of the West, serving all your banking needs. Also by Southwest Interiors and Certified Travel, the store with more. From Hallmark cards and gifts to Wilton cake supplies and picture frames, you'll find it all at Southwest Interiors and Certified Travel. 521 Frisco Avenue in Clinton. And also brought to you by PrimeVest. Whether you're looking for more interest income on your certificates of deposit, mutual funds, a retirement plan, or a review of your investment portfolio, PrimeVest can help. Come by and see investment representatives Ken Baker and David Davis at 501 Gary Boulevard in Clinton. And we welcome you back to Putnam City Stadium. We're going to send it down to the sidelines to J.D. Northcutt, who's standing by with Brady Bruce.
All right, we're down here on the sidelines with Brady Bruce, the president of Family Broadcasting Group, and we got a special guest down here, Danny Reynolds, and a good friend of mine as well. So, hey, we're going to turn it over to Brady here, and he's going to talk with Danny a little bit.
JD, I appreciate you, first of all. We've got kind of our B team, but I don't want to say that negatively. These guys are doing a fantastic job. JD and Chris and Craig, Myron and Coach and Jeff are out tonight, but these guys are doing a great job. Last night's game was tremendous, and I do have a special guest with me tonight. Mr. Danny Reynolds is the executive secretary, that's a pretty fancy term, of the OSSAA, and I guess it's taking a toll on your hair as well.
It certainly has, Brady. That and being superintendent of schools and an ex-coach, so all that plays into to that hair loss. It certainly does.
Well, you originate from Hammond, Oklahoma, out there in western parts of the state.
That's correct. Hammond's my home, so a lot of these Clinton folks are home folks. But as I've been in this job and gained friends across the state, certainly the Glenpool people, the coach there at Glenpool has become a friend. So hopefully have some across the state anyway.
Well, Danny, how long have you held your position at the OSSAA?
I started in '98 as the executive secretary. I've worked there since 1991, so several years in the overall position.
A lot of folks don't know what the Oklahoma Secondary Schools Activity Association even means. Kind of explain that real quickly.
Certainly, we're the governing high school body of all activities in state. We have speech, music, drama, academic bowl competition, as well as the traditional football, baseball, basketball, all of the sports that everyone recognizes, of course.
Yeah, so it's far more than just athletics, and you know, that's one of the things when we partnered with you this year for the next few years to come. Obviously, we're going to focus on football, basketball, soccer, baseball, but there's other things. I mean, cheerleading and choir and all sorts of wonderful opportunities.
There certainly is. We represent, again, about 32 different activities and well over 100,000 students that participate, and they're not just football players. Certainly, that is important, and we want those games to be as important as they all obviously are. But our choir kids and our academic bowl kids, we're here for all of those, and we represent them, and hopefully, as you said, we'll be able to do some fun things for them also.
Well, absolutely. We only, I'll tell you what, since we started doing this about 12 weeks ago, 10 weeks ago, I can't even remember now, but compliments just keep rolling in. Our production is, they tell us, is just tremendous, and I'm very appreciative of the viewers who call in, but we always hear if we don't show the band, so we got to remember the band.
Right, certainly, and it's been nice for, I live in Verdon, I live outside Oklahoma City here, and it's been nice for me to be able to view the games. Certainly, with my wife and kids at home tonight, they've been Christmas shopping all day,
there you go.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll have a bill to pay when I get home.
I understand. Well, and that's one of the things, Danny, when we partnered with you, we wanted to take these games, these activities across the entire state, and KSBI's coverage area is larger than any other Oklahoma City station. We have translators all across Oklahoma, and then again, we've also partnered with Channel 47 in Tulsa, so virtually there's not a soul in the state that doesn't have some opportunity to get to this Clinton-Glenpool game tonight on TV, and that's pretty powerful stuff.
Yeah, my niece is ill, and they live in Clinton, and I was talking to my nephew earlier when the game was about ready to kick off, and she's home watching the game, so she's able to view the game tonight at home, and so, yeah, it is nice to be able to view.
Either that or she didn't want to see you.
Oh, either thing's possible.
Well, last night's game was tremendous. We were here covering that one. Tonight's game is good. How do you think this is all unfolding throughout, well, what we've been through this season and what we're headed to?
The playoffs has really been good playoffs. We've had some excellent ball games. The weather's been good.
Yeah.
We've not had any ice storms or any bad weather at all. The teams have really played well. As you said, last night's example was tremendous with the Mustang and Muskogee game. It's been really good ball games throughout the playoffs. So we're really excited. They've been good, and we're really excited that we're going to be able to present the rest of them.
Well, Danny, we appreciate you and everything we can do to help the OSSA. We're going to be here for you for the next few years and most likely years to come.
Thank you, Brady.
All right, well, we're going to toss it up to those guys who know what they're doing, Chris and Craig, and back to you guys for now.
All right, very good, Brady, and a busy guy right there, Danny Reynolds of the OSSAA. We appreciate him taking time out to talk with us tonight, and we appreciate you joining us tonight. Outstanding ball game we've got here, a 4A semifinal matchup. Clinton and Glenpool. Glenpool leading 14-0 on our high school game of the week, presented by SBC Yahoo DSL. We're back after these commercial messages.
The most interactive weather technology in the market is now at your fingertips, along with Storm Sentinel and Genesis Live Future Weather. You can even take a tour of KSBI's State Cam network. Log on to ksbitv.com today.
Separately, you could be paying too much.
Unlike cable, SBC let me build a plan to fit my life at a cost that worked for me.
With cable, I couldn't get the services I wanted the way I wanted them.
The SBC family gives you more choices like the proven reliability of SBC local and long distance service, digital satellite TV, and high-speed internet, all for under $85 a month. Add Singular Wireless and the savings just get better. Go online now.
SBC, now joined with AT&T.
Tonight's high school action is brought to you by Howe Chevrolet Nissan, where the Big Indian stands in Clinton, where you could get a 2005 Sentra for $13,450. Howe Chevrolet Nissan in Clinton, 580-323-3133. And also by Blunk's. For all your photography needs, visit the Blunk Studios website and check out their Christmas specials. See which of their 6 portrait studios is nearest to you. Choose professionally trained photographers with years of experience and the latest in technology. Blunk Studios photographers, members of Professional Photographers of America. Also by Dottie's Bridal and Formal Wear. For special occasions in your life, choose Dottie's Bridal and Formal Wear in downtown Clinton. Dottie's is your choice for weddings, proms, and parties. You'll find special occasion wear as well as lingerie, jewelry, shoes, and the perfect gifts. Step in Dottie's today and step out in style. And also by the Bank of the West. With a friendly and helpful staff, Bank of the West is here to serve you. Stop by one of their 4 locations today for free checking and competitive CD rates. Bank of the West, serving all your banking needs. And we welcome you back to Putnam City Stadium. I'm Chris Johnson along with Craig Strickland. We've got J.D. Northcutt down on the sidelines bringing us all the good stuff as we're at halftime here with the 4A semifinal. Clinton trailing Glenpool 14-0. Craig, both of these teams vying for a spot in the championship game. We already know the other half of it. Wagner has advanced. They win 26-6 last night over Star Spencer. So you got to imagine there's a lot of folks home in Wagner taking in tonight's ball game, trying to assess who it is they're going to see next week. But let's talk a little bit about what we've seen here in the first half of this one. Cardell Clemens, we talked about him, not to give ourselves too much credit, but we talked about him off the top of the broadcast as being the guy to watch for the Glenpool Warriors, and he's lived up to the billing thus far.
He definitely has. I think the third play of the game, 62 yards, set the tempo for this game. Their defense is swarming around. These guys came out here ready to play and on both sides of the ball, and I think that Clinton might have not expected this out of Glenpool, you know, coming in here. And last time they faced each other in 2003 in the final, Clinton got the best of them, but tonight is a different story in the first half. And so I think that Glenpool is going to try to ride the momentum, and Coach Lee is going to come out here and try to make some changes and adjust to what happened in the first half.
Still 24 minutes for them to try and earn their way into that championship game. As you said, Craig, 2 quarters in the books, 2 more to go. 14-0 Glenpool leading over Clinton. We're back after these messages.
Do you love spending hours working out at the gym? If you do, the Total Gym is not for you.
But if you want one of the fastest, most effective workouts ever, then the Total Gym is for you.
For our 10th anniversary, we have an incredible deal.
You can try the Total Gym in your home for an entire month, risk-free.
We'll ship you a Total Gym at our expense. If you don't see a remarkable change, just send it back, and we'll return every penny you were charged. But if you're like most of us, once you try it, you'll never want to be without it again.
Just 1 year on the Total Gym, and I've lost 45 pounds.
So take our risk-free challenge and get the body you've always wanted. Why go to the gym when you can own one?
Call the number on your screen for our anniversary special. Try the Total Gym in your home risk-free for 60 days. We'll pay shipping and handling. Call now.
You asked for it and we're giving it to you. This fall, your wish is our command. With I Dream of Jeannie popping in every weekday at 4:30. Oklahoma native James Garner plays a wrongly accused ex-con who uses his connections to solve his own cases in the Rockford Files every weeknight at 9 o'clock.
Hey, Rockford, very funny. I ain't laughing. You're gonna get yours.
And Tom Selleck stars as Thomas Magnum, a private investigator who protects a multi-millionaire on his estate in Hawaii.
How are you with animals?
What kind of animals?
That kind.
Watch Magnum P.I. every weeknight at 10 o'clock. At 11 p.m., join the husband and wife team of Jennifer and Jonathan Hart as they solve murder cases.
You know what I'm going to do when this is all over?
What?
Burn my passport.
Plus Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley, The Brady Bunch, Matlock, In the Heat of the Night, Quincy, and the A-Team can still be found in one place. KSBI TV, family television for Oklahoma.
Tonight's action is brought to you by Bar S Foods. Bar S Foods proudly supports the Clinton Red Tornadoes in their quest for another state football championship. Bar S Foods and Clinton High School, a winning combination. Also brought to you by Farmers Insurance. Farmers Insurance is proud to sponsor the Clinton-Glenpool playoff game. For auto, home, life, and business, ask about the many discounts you may qualify for. Also by Integris Clinton Regional Hospital. At Integris Clinton Regional Hospital, we offer a variety of areas in which we can better serve you. You'll find a complete set of services of every kind for patients and their families, such as the Jim Thorpe Rehabilitation Unit, the Cancer Center, Outpatient and Sports Medicine, Western Oklahoma Hospice, and Samaritan Home Care, just to name a few. Integris Clinton Regional Hospital, the most challenging healing. And also by PrimeVest. Whether you're looking for more interest income on your CDs, mutual funds, a retirement plan, or a review of your investment portfolio, PrimeVest can help. Come by and see investment representatives Ken Baker and David Davis at 501 Gary Boulevard in Clinton. And we welcome you back to Putnam City Stadium. We're at halftime of the 4A semifinal game. Glenpool leading 14-0 right now over Clinton. I'm Chris Johnson along with Craig Strickland here in the booth. J.D. Northcutt down on the sidelines. And we're going to go to J.D. right now, standing by with head coach Mike Lee.
Hey, we're here with head coach Mike Lee of Clinton, the Red Tornadoes coach. Glenpool got up quick, 14-0, but you seem like you've settled down quite a bit. Offense is moving the ball a little bit. You got stopped a little short down there. What adjustments do you look to do here in the second half?
Well, the biggest thing we got to do is we got to get physical. I mean, the first half, I thought they came out and got after us pretty good. They got a great back, and we didn't do it. I worried about us perimeter tackling all year, and we did not tackle him very well, and we let him get off on a long one. And second TD, I thought we had him stopped and make a personal foul penalty that killed us, and then getting stopped on the one. Seemed like they made all the plays and we haven't.
Seemed like you've been able to throw the ball a little bit tonight. Kind of windy conditions down here, but that seems to be a little bit effective for you.
Yeah, we've thrown it, but we need to throw it better, and we've thrown it. So it's going to be, we have to come out and play well this half.
Well, hey, Coach Lee, good luck in the second half.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Hey, back up to you guys. Looking forward to a great second half, and as Coach said, hey, got to get after it, and both teams. State championship next week. For one of these teams, one of them will check in their gear next week, so we're in for a great second half.
No doubt about it, JD. Great job down there on the sidelines, and we want to mention also Southwest Interiors and Certified Travel is a sponsor of tonight's ball game. Southwest Interiors and Certified Travel is the store with more. From Hallmark cards and gifts to Wilton cake supplies and picture frames, you'll find it all at Southwest Interiors and Certified Travel, 521 Frisco Avenue in Clinton. And they are also an authorized singular dealer. And Craig, as we get ready to get the second half underway there, I thought Coach Lee made a couple of good points. The personal foul penalty extended the Glenpool scoring drive, the second scoring drive, and then Clinton stopped right on the doorstep. Two huge plays in a first half really devoid of big plays for the most part.
Then we start off with an onside kick here. Glenpool tried to get the momentum back on their side with an onside kick, and Clinton did a good job of covering it up.
Yeah, so Clinton will start out, and this is the third time this evening that they've started out with outstanding field position, as Clinton taking the wind here in the third, working from your left to right on your television screen. And again, Brady has told us throughout the evening, south winds at 22 miles per hour, gusting up to 28 at times, and those flags on top of the goalpost standing horizontal at times with those wind gusts. Right now, though, they've got the wind to their back. Barry Shansley will drop back to pass on first down, looking to the near side, and he's got Tanner Jones right here, right about the 41-yard line, good enough for a first down.
Good tackle there by Jordy Kennedy. That's the play they tried to use in the first half, and Glenpool's linebackers were able to get out there and get their hands on it. At that time, it opened wide open. Great throw, great catch. Very nice move the chains for a first down play and get the momentum going your way in the second half.
When we see him come out right away throwing the ball there, they didn't have a whole lot of success on the ground. That running attack came in number 10 in the state, averaging about 214 yards a game. Been shut down pretty well in the first half. They'll give it to the fullback, though, and he finds some room over the left side. He's down inside the 35.
Yeah, it sounds like the Clinton crowd's getting involved. You've got Glad on the field and getting pretty emotional out there, and it looks like these guys probably had a pretty good locker room halftime talk there by Coach Lee. I think they've got the whole sideline here wired up.
Yeah, you can hear it. We saw him come out of the locker room during that interview there with JD. Clinton came out, fired up their fans, on the home side here in front of us. Most of them on their feet right now, urging the Red Tornadoes on as they give it to the fullback Glad again, and he'll have the first down.
Another first down, moving the chains, and that's the only thing that could be a little questionable about the second half opening up with that onside kick. I understand trying to develop that momentum, but giving Clinton that good field position, that's tough, and they've taken full advantage of it, and Glenpool needs to get back on track where they were in the first half, or this could be a quick 7 points.
Well, we know how that goes. Great calls when they work. Sometimes you're second guessing when they don't. Right now, though, first down and 10, and they'll give it to Glad once again. He's got room over the right side. Down inside the 25, fights off a tackle and is ridden out of bounds. Almost ran over JD down there, but he will be close to the first down sticks as they'll spot it right about the 22.5.
Hey, Glad's a horse. He's only a sophomore at 6 foot, 230 pounds. And he's getting everybody fired up and getting them, everybody involved in this game. And looks like Coach Edwards is ready to take a timeout and try to shut some of this momentum down. And because Clinton has come out on fire.
When you hear the roar of the crowd there and the crowd, Mike, as Clinton comes to the sideline here, the Red Tornado fan base welcoming them to the sideline and trying to keep them fired up here as they have taken that failed onside kick attempt and moved it right down inside the Glenpool 25-yard line with a second down short situation. They need about 2.5. Looks like they've got the yard marker right on the 20. Ball resting right about the 22.5. But Coach Edwards with his crew over there on the opposite hash there, probably trying to get them to settle down a little bit right now.
Yeah, you don't ever want to come in overconfident, especially against a team like Clinton.
And we're going to go down to JD on the sidelines. What do you got for us, JD?
Guys, great offensive surge on the offensive line by these Clinton Red Tornadoes. Coach Lee talked about it, said you got to step up and be more physical. So far, the offensive line's getting the job done here for the Red Tornadoes. Back up to you.
All right, no doubt they are, JD, and they've gone to the fullback here, too. We've seen it as Glad that they've just come out with determination. They're going to run the ball after throwing it on first down. We'll see what they do here on second down and 2.5, though, as they'll pitch it to the tailback, and that's Holden in there now. He's got room down the sideline. Our first time we've seen him, Antonio Hudlin, with the carry.
5'8", 140-pound freshman. This kid, you think he doesn't have a future at Clinton. Anytime you're getting in the lineup at Clinton as a freshman, you have some serious talent.
Yeah, pretty good. Sorry about that, Craig.
That's a
good moves there in the hole as you see him just run north-south with it. Hudlin coming in about 69 yards a game on the ground, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, 8 touchdowns for the youngster. And we do emphasize the young in youngster there. As you heard, he is a freshman. They'll give it to him again. This time he's going to be stacked up after a yard or two, though. Ball was at the 8. They'll get it down to the 5, so a gain of 3, bringing up a second and goal.
Looked like Will Height in the middle of that play, and also Kyle Harry on that tackle. But they're doing a good job. Clinton up front on the play before there. You got Kenny Lee, number 72, the right tackle, opening up a hole. And these guys are just doing a heck of a job blocking and creating holes for these running backs. And then, of course, when you've got Cameron Glad at a 230-pound fullback, that always helps.
Here's Hudlin again on the pitch to the wide side. He's down to the 2-yard line. Nice tackle there by Murray as he will knock him out of bounds right at the 2, coming up from his safety position. That'll bring up a third down and goal, and Clinton has been down here before. As we watch the pitch here and the replay of this one, Hudlin following his blocks pretty well there.
Again, you got number 2, Tanner Jones, out there doing a heck of a job tonight blocking also, and especially getting around the end and helping those guys get around that corner.
Big third down here. Third down and goal for Clinton. Power formation, double tights as they'll give it to the fullback Glad. He's into the end zone. And Clinton is on the scoreboard at the 9:51 mark here in the third period.
Chris, I think there's no secret about it. When you get down that, inside the 1 and 2 yard line, that's the guy that's going to get the ball. I'll give it to him every time. He's a workhorse and deserves that touchdown.
Well, we've seen them run wide and run right up the middle with success in both areas on this particular drive, and they get it into the end zone. Has to be exactly the way that Coach Lee wanted it coming out of the locker room. Here's the extra point attempt. Snap is back, and the kick is up. And the kick is good, and just like that, 14-7 our score. 9:51 remaining here in the third. You're watching the KSBI SBC Yahoo DSL High School Game of the Week 4A semifinal action. We are back after this.
To order a VHS or DVD copy of this or any game, please send a $25 check or money order with your name, address, and telephone number to KSBI TV, 1350 Southeast 82nd Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73149. Please specify which game you are ordering and if you would like a VHS or DVD.
Hi, I'm Leo with Graves Satellite, and you better get a bigger TV because you're going to need one for this great new satellite deal. Look at what we've got in here. A free satellite hooked up in 4 different rooms. Free installation, a free digital video recorder, a free high-definition receiver, plus over 250 channels starting at just $31 per month, including the local channels. $1 movie channels are also available, plus high-speed internet. Hurry, call today. This sale ends Saturday.
Outpatient and sports medicine, Western Oklahoma Hospice and Samaritan Home Care, to name just a few. Integris Clinton Regional Hospital, the most challenging healing. Also brought to you by Bar S Foods. Bar S Foods proudly supports the Clinton Red Tornadoes in their quest for another state football championship. Bar S Foods and Clinton High School, a winning combination. And also by Consumer Textile Corporation. CTC is your source for a complete line of linen and uniform rental, plus janitorial equipment and supplies. We provide Western Oklahoma with entrance mats, dust mops, aprons, towels, table linens, and much more. Call CTC at 1-800-926-5646. We deliver satisfaction. And we welcome you back to Putnam City Stadium. Chris Johnson along with the QB, Craig Strickland, as we have got a dandy going on in 4A semifinal action. Clinton with the opening drive of the second half puts a touchdown on the board, 14-7, with Glenpool receiving the kick, and here's a fumble, and I think the Red Tornadoes have gotten this one.
I think they've got it. No question. They're running off the field. That was a
momentum
huge
is,
play. Huge
yeah,
play
momentum's such a fickle thing. So hard to get back when you lose it, Craig. Glenpool had everything going their way in the first half of this ball game. They've come out in the second half, though. We've seen Coach Edwards already use a timeout on defense. This can't help matters here as you put that Red Tornado offense back out on the field.
And that was the senior Murray, who's really played a good game tonight, and unfortunate that fumbled the ball there, and Clinton's got it in great field position.
Well, it didn't get the number on who got the hand on that ball, but the tackler put his hand right in there and knocked that one loose, and they'll go right back to the workhorse.
There he is.
There's Glad from his fullback position.
Glad's something else. As we watched a minute ago, he plunged in for a touchdown and turned around and kicked an extra point. That's what I like about watching high school football. That's what it's all about, is you've got guys that'll play both sides and even do special teams. And so he has definitely paid his dues tonight.
And you see right there on the Warrior sideline, they're urging the defense on as Barry Anashansley and the Clinton offense have a second down, and this is a pitch to Hudlin. Room to run down the near sideline, out of bounds at about the 3-yard line.
Great blocking on that play, and Hudlin just followed his blocks, did a great job of cutting outside and getting as many yards as he could, and almost put it in for the touchdown.
Well, and once again, Craig talked about it last drive, Antonio Hudlin, just a freshman, 5'8", 140 pounds. We saw Terrence McBrayer, the junior, in the backfield for the entire first half. Coach Lee switching things up a little bit here, and everything working right now as they've got another 1st and goal from the 3-yard line. Wind at their backs. 9 minutes remaining here in the quarter as there is Glad in for the touchdown. And just like that, we've got a 14-13 ball game.
And it really looks like they're working off that right side with right guard Jordan Graft, the right tackle Kenny Lee, and then you had the tight end Tanner Jones in the mix, and these guys are just working that right side, and it seems like they're picking up a lot of yardage, and they've seen a hole that they can take advantage of there.
Well, and conversely, on the other side of the field, Craig, Glenpool has seen this lead evaporate in 48 seconds here in the third period. They got that first touchdown at the 9:51 mark, this one coming at the 9:03 mark, and there's your guy out there, Cameron Glad, to kick the extra point. Nice high kick straight through the uprights, and just like that, we are knotted up at 14 apiece. The Never Say Die Clinton Red Tornadoes wanting to meet up with Wagner in next week's 4A championship. I want to remind you that tonight's ball game brought to you by the Bank of the West. With a friendly and helpful staff, Bank of the West is here to serve you. Stop by one of their 4 locations today for free checking and competitive CD rates. Bank of the West, serving all your banking needs. Also brought to you by Consumer Textile Corporation. CTC is your source for a complete line of linen and uniform rental, plus janitorial equipment and supplies. We provide Western Oklahoma with entrance mats, dust mops, aprons, towels, table linens, and much more. Call CTC at 1-800-926-5646. We deliver satisfaction. And here we are right where we began. We've played a little over 26 minutes in this one, all knotted up at 14, and momentum is wearing that garnet and gold out there, the Clinton Red Tornadoes.
Yeah, Chris, this reminds me of an arena football game with the Pacers scoring right now. You know, it went from 14-0 to 14-14, you know, like you said, a matter of seconds. And so this game has definitely changed, but the bottom line, it's back to a 0-0 ball game. And you know, Glenpool, obviously the momentum has switched. Glenpool better do something in a hurry because this Clinton team looks like they're ready to fire at all cylinders right now.
Well, and that kickoff out of the end zone right there. Of course, he's kicking with the wind. Wind has been pretty steady at 22 miles per hour over the night and gusting up to 28 at times. Right there, you saw the strong leg of Glad on the kickoff. And we'll see, one would assume that Glenpool will go back to Cardell Clemens, and we'll see what they do offensively here.
Like we had mentioned earlier before the game, and both coaches had mentioned, is the turnover situation. Obviously, the first one has definitely paid off for Clinton.
Yeah, it was Clinton that made the mistakes in the first half with a penalty, and then a drive that stalled out on the goal line. Didn't help themselves any with a penalty or two themselves on that drive. Glenpool with the first big mistake, though, of the second half, the fumble on the previous kickoff. And they get set for their first offensive possession here, almost 3 minutes into the quarter, having seen that lead evaporate. Again, if you're just joining us, 14-0 was the score when we came out of the halftime locker room. 2 minutes and 57 seconds later, we're all knotted up at 14. And Glenpool with their first possession, sending a receiver in motion. They'll fake the give to him, and they'll go with Clemens stacked up after a gain of 2 or 3. And we're going to go down to the sidelines and J.D. Northcutt.
Hey guys, that last two drives by the Clinton Red Tornadoes, I'm going to call them the old Steve Owens drives, probably before you guys' time up there in the booth. Back in '69, Steve Owens got it done for the Sooners. Clinton Red Tornadoes, offensive line and running backs doing a great job. Coach Edwards on the far side, though, he's got to get this Glenpool team back and playing football like they did in the first half, because they did a great job in the first half. They just need to get back to doing X's and O's like they know how to do back up to you.
All right, thank you, J.D., and no doubt about it, you know that Coach Edwards wants to get some of that rhythm back they had in the first half. They'll try and do it through the air this time, as here's a pass out there on the far sideline to Murray. Incomplete is the call, as he was right at the first down marker right there at the 30, and that's going to bring up a big third down situation now.
Garrett Casper again, a guy that's been all over the field all night long out there. Great pass protection. Again, it was a nice play by Glenpool. Nice throw. It's just great defense by Clinton. You know, and Casper got out there, got his hand on the ball, and created a stop there.
And we hear the roar from this Red Tornado crowd once again, trying to get their defense fired up. Third down. We'll call it 7 yards to go. They need to get it out to the 30. I formation behind Goddard. Two receivers split to the far side. This time Goddard will hand it to the fullback on a little, I don't know what kind of handoff you call that actually, Craig, but he's out to the 35 for the first down.
Yeah, they just did a draw play. Snuck it into the fullback's belly there on the way out. It looked like they were going to roll out to throw the pass, and just snuck a little draw in there. And here he goes.
Little
misdirection, little trickery
yeah.
play there. Not necessarily called a draw, but just a little trick play in and around with the fullback.
Boy, and a much-needed first down. The last thing they wanted to do was send their defense out there. It's not like they spent a lot of time on the field here, but again, momentum. You're trying to shift that back to the other sideline at this point if you're Coach Steve Edwards and the Glenpool Warriors. Moving the chains will help to do that a little bit. They don't want that Clinton offense right back out there on the field. Here's a pitch this time to Clemens, trying to find room around the right side. Not going to be anything there for him this time, as he'll lose about 5 yards.
There's Casper again. He's done it all night long. You try to get outside to that strong side, and he's there to work the play inside. And a lot of times, if he has the opportunity, he'll go ahead and make the tackle.
When that Clinton defense, you called it, Casper out there on the outside. Good wrap up there. The running back Clemens, not the easiest guy to bring down. Wrapped up both legs, though, and Glenpool looking at a 2nd and 15 now.
Yeah, and Casper, he's a long, 6'1", has a long wingspan. He'll get out there and wrap you up, and so he does a heck of a job of covering the ground.
So Goddard barking out the play call there at the line of scrimmage. I formation behind him. This time they'll come to the near side with Clemens. Not a whole lot of room there again, as Casper was out there on the edge again. And Clemens will get it up across the 30, out to about the 33-yard line, but a big third down. They need to get it up here to the 45.
Yeah, Casper did a good job that time of turning it back in again, and a sure tackle by number 80, Seth Reed. 6'3", 200-pound defensive end. And so if they're trying to go outside, I think that Casper's kind of got that figured out and is doing a good job of avoiding that fullback also. They're trying to put a fullback on him, but he's doing a good job of getting around the blocks and turning those plays back inside.
See Zerard Murray back in the ball game at wide out. He'll be the slot receiver this time, and they'll shift the receivers and bring them both to the near side here. They line up in that I formation once again, and I don't see a flag on the field. Well,
I think there was some movement there at the wide receiver position, I believe. They didn't get set in time, and
the back judge threw the flag. It was way back here at the 50. And I think you're right on that one, Craig. I think we will have well, we're going to have a timeout, actually, from the Glenpool sideline. So Steve Edwards trying to stop the momentum right here as they'll wave the flag off. They got the timeout before the penalty. So 14-14 our score. 6:09 to go here in the third period. We're back after this.
Network provides team-based personal care from beginning to end.
So good to know who I was working with, know the whole team. The team all worked together very well to get me ready to be able to go home.
The best place to get your therapy is back in Clinton, at home, where we're from. And I really appreciate them getting me to Clinton, because that's where I wanted to go, and I was really treated good here.
We coordinate the transition from one stage to the next. We're with you every step of the way.
And we welcome you back to tonight's broadcast on KSBI TV, the high school game of the week brought to you by SBC Yahoo DSL. I'm Chris Johnson along with Craig Strickland. J.D. Northcutt down on the sidelines and outstanding for a semifinal battle that you'll find exclusively only on KSBI TV. We're happy to bring you the entire state championships right here. 14 all our score. Clinton trailed at the half 14-0. They've come out with 2 quick touchdowns. Big third down situation, 3rd down and 12. For Glenpool here as the quarterback, Goddard, back to pass. Going deep over the middle, has a man down there, and the pass is broken up. Good coverage by the secondary there for Clinton as Terrence McBrayer was back there stride for stride with the wide receiver Landon Bowler, and it'll be a punt situation here for the Warriors.
Very nice job of Clinton there, not letting the receiver get behind him. Knowing it's another deep play. Opportunity to get the first down and made sure they were back behind in coverage, and good job forcing the punt here.
And right now, if you're Glenpool, you're hoping that somebody will just make a play. I mean, this is a situation where momentum has shifted drastically here in the third quarter. They need somebody to step up and make a play, and this punt is not going to be the type of punt that Coach Steve Edwards wants. Is this is a high one that goes out of bounds on the Glenpool side of the field, only about a 12-yard punt, as they'll spot it right about the 42, and continuing to snowball right now for Clinton.
Boy, that is tough, and I think Clinton had a couple defenders getting back there, forcing the kicker to kind of try to avoid that, and ended up kicking it straight up in the air, and the wind caught it. And
we want to remind you, sorry about that, Craig, we want to get in a word here for the Frisco Conference Center in Clinton. Remember them for your next business meeting, social event, or trade show. This state-of-the-art facility can accommodate any event. Championship golf and local attractions are waiting for you at the Frisco Conference Center in Clinton, Oklahoma, just 90 miles west of Oklahoma City. Call 580-323-7874. And if anytime I hear golf, that definitely is a good destination in my mind.
No question.
Craig, and they will go with Glad again, and ramming his way right up the middle for first down yardage, and down to the 30 is the fullback, Cameron Glad.
The thing about Cameron Glad is you'll see him 2 more seasons, and so that guy's roughing some people up as a sophomore, and so you usually don't see that a whole lot, and he'll be around for 2 more years playing for Clinton, so I know Coach Lee will be real happy about that.
Yeah, freshman and sophomore, at fullback and tailback right now, respectively, and we will be seeing and hearing more from them over the next couple of years as they give it to Glad again, and he spins away from a tackle. Did a good job of holding on to the ball right there, as didn't see exactly who that was, got an arm in there, and you see that ball stripped out of there on a play like that a lot of times, but Glad, good ball security there.
Yeah, and Clinton, they're just stacking everybody up on the line of scrimmage. They're not splitting anybody out. They're just letting them know that we're just going to try to, run it right at you. I don't think there's going to be a lot of trickery here. They're just basically running the ball and using that right side for the most part.
Here's a pitch to Hudlin this time, and he's cut down right about the line of scrimmage as number 53, Chris Waldrop, the leading tackler, in there on the tackle for Glenpool. You see him right there. We profiled him as one of our players to watch for Glenpool. He came in with over 140 tackles on the season, adding to his total there.
Yeah, guys like Waldrop and Hoffman are going to have to step up and lead this team. They're seniors that lead this team in tackles, and I think they're going to play a big part in the second half.
Big third down situation here. This would be a long field goal attempt if they held him. Here's a pitch back. It's going to be a halfback throw again, and going downfield incomplete for the intended receiver was number 20. That was Terrence McBrayer back in the ball game. He was looking to hook up with Grant Phillips again, and we saw that in the first half. This time the two unable to connect, though.
Glenpool does a good job of seeing that coming, and I didn't expect that. I just mentioned earlier they're going to come running right at you, but they went ahead and threw a trick play in the mix and try to catch them off guard, and maybe that's what they thought Glenpool was thinking. They weren't going to change it up any, and Glenpool was in good position to stop that play.
So a big fourth down now following that third down, and Clinton will indeed go for it. Glad's got a pretty good leg, but they're not going to try a field goal from out here. Anna Shansley rolling to the near side. He'll throw it. He's got his tight end Jones for the first down at the 15-yard line. They'll spot it about the 16.5 rather. Big fourth down connection between the quarterback Bear Anna Shansley and his tight end Tanner Jones.
I think we've got a flag down here, Chris, and that's the play that they've gone to 3 or 4 times tonight. That's worked nearly every time, that crossing route by Jones, but unfortunately for Clinton, there is a flag down.
And Clinton is coming back here, Craig, beyond the 40, so I would imagine this will go against the Red Tornadoes. Indeed, it will. Holding on the offense, and J.D. Northcutt down on the sidelines. Well, what have you got?
The defensive coordinator for Glenpool's really done a nice job on this drive against Clinton. Clinton, of course, with the big penalty just now, really shot themselves in the foot. But Glenpool starting to settle down a little bit and play some pretty good defense here. As you mentioned, the defensive secondary did a great job on that halfback pass, staying at home. Back up to you.
All right, good stuff, J.D. And this will force a punt, Craig, here as Cameron Glad back to receive the snap. He also handles the punting duties. Snap is back. Glad gets a foot into this one. Nice-looking punt. Spinning top spiral, going to be fielded nicely by number 6 down there, Landon Bowlers. He had to go to his knees to bring that one in. But that's where Glenpool will resume with the ball. 3:59 to go in the third. We're all tied up at 14 in the 4A semifinals, and we're back after this.
Working from home changed my life.
It all started when I was referred by this free service.
With all the money I made working from home, I bought a new home. This is the one website you have to visit.
Put your computer to work now.
All you need is a computer and a little belief in yourself.
I'm making $5,000 a month.
I make over $7,000 a month working part-time.
I love the lifestyle my home business offers, and the money's great too.
Log on to 5income.com.
And we welcome you back to Putnam City Stadium for the KSBI TV, SBC Yahoo DSL Game of the Week on Oklahoma's sports station, KSBI TV. And we want to remind you, you can watch a replay of tonight's game tomorrow at 7:30. And we had a dandy last night, a 6A semifinal. Mustang knocking off Muskogee 48-44. This one shaping up very much like that one, Craig, as we've got a 14-14 tie right now. And want to remind you that tonight's ball game also being brought to you by Bank of the West. With the friendly and helpful staff, Bank of the West is here to serve you. Stop by one of our 4 locations today for free checking and competitive CD rates. Bank of the West, serving all your banking needs. As we come back to live action now, I'm Chris Johnson along with me in the booth. Craig Strickland down on the sidelines. J.D. Northcutt as Glenpool looking to do something with it offensively. There's a give to the fullback, and we've got a flag on the play. And we'll see if this is going to go against the offense or the defense. There is not a whole lot of room there for the fullback, Michael Wright. Got up to about the 15-yard line. And an illegal shift on the offense is the call. So Glenpool continuing to get out of the locker room here in kind of fits and starts, Craig. We saw him get a first down last drive, but moving backwards right now.
Yeah, Clinton is definitely, catching some breaks this half that they didn't catch in the first half. And you've got to give both defensive coordinators credit. As J.D. was talking about Ted Smith from Glenpool, this has turned into kind of a defensive ball game. We expected maybe a shootout, or maybe Clinton kind of determining the game on the defensive side with them, averaging less than 5 points, giving up 5 points a game. But seems like both sides are doing a good job.
And we'll see if Glenpool can hold on to the ball and move the chains a little bit on this drive as they'll go with Cardell Clemens on the first carry. He's stacked up at the 10-yard line, and the referee throws a flag in there. And we had a pretty penalty-free first half, really. Not a whole lot of mistakes made by either team, so we have seen several flags in the early going here as we're about 9 minutes in here in the third period, and that signal went against Glenpool. The preliminary signal did. We'll wait and see, and this is going to be a hold once again on the Warriors. That Clinton defensive line starting to generate a few penalties in addition to shutting down Clemens here in the second half.
Definitely, and Clinton's decided to decline that penalty, and I think instead of going half the distance to the goal, they're going to go ahead and decline it and put him into a second down and 15 position here.
Yeah, you can see if they want to get the ball back in the hands of their offense while they've still got the wind here. 3:25 to go here in the third. 14-all. Glenpool working against the breeze. And again, you heard Brady tell us earlier, wind steady at 22 miles per hour, gusting at times up to 28. As here's a pass out here into the flat, and I believe it'll be complete, but little or no gain on the play. And I'm still waiting for the official signal there. And it is complete, I guess.
That's a tough throw and catch to only pick up 2 or 3 yards.
Yeah, that's a long throw right
That's
there.
a long throw. I think that wind kind of took it backwards to where the receiver had to come back and make the catch and only pick up a couple of yards. But it was a nice throw, a nice catch, just didn't produce a lot of yards.
Boy, and here Glenpool is once again in a third down, 10 situation, backed up against their own goalpost here. Ball resting right about the 12. 2:39 on the clock here in the third as the quarterback, Philip Goddard, under center. Murray in motion, coming toward him. Goddard dropping back under pressure, throws one up there. It's going to be picked. Taking it back inside the 5-yard line is Braden Lockhart, leading tackler on the season for Clinton. But what did he do right there, Craig? It looked like he just set back in there in a zone and had the ball come right to him. Room service delivery.
He did. I think he just dropped back into his zone. Quarterback Goddard's pressured here, and I think he just made a throw, and with that late pressure kind of forced him into that throw, and there you see the interception by Lockhart. He was just staying in the right place at the right time and made the catch. A lot of times like that, it looks like an easy catch, but a lot of guys that kind of lose concentration on that. He did a good job of securing the ball and holding on to it when he went on to make the run for the touchdown.
Well, that was Tanner Jones, the big tight end linebacker, applying the pressure there with that outside rush. And we've got another flag against Glenpool, and I believe that's an illegal substitution or illegal participation, rather. I don't know if they had 12 guys out there or what exactly, but that is going to cost the Warriors dearly as they'll march this one off halfway to the goal, and the ball will rest right at the 2-yard line as Clinton threatens to add their third touchdown here in the third period of play. They trailed 14-0 at the half, and it is an illegal substitution infraction against the Warriors. The wheels coming off a little bit here for the Warriors in the third period. Coach Steve Edwards trying to keep his troops in this ball game.
And there's some confusion coming from the sideline. I'm not sure if Glenpool's in the right.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Craig, as Coach Edwards was out on the field here near the numbers as they used their third timeout here. And Edwards not happy about something as he's discussing it with the officials here.
No, he's not happy at all. He came out to the field to discuss something he's not understanding on the field.
Well, I'm not sure if they've granted them the timeout or exactly what's going on here. We'll wait for the official signal on this as the official doing a good job here conferring with the head coach. And you know, that's what you like, is some conversation out there and a little explanation when you've got a question with the call.
Yeah, no question about it. And I think they're doing a good job of talking to him and trying to calm him down and explaining what the call was on the field. But he sure has a problem with whatever that call was.
Well, I think J.D. Northcutt might have some info on exactly what's going on down there. J.D., what's up?
Well, Glenpool looked like they were going to call the timeout. The officials did wave the timeout off. Now the officials coming over here to talk to Mike Lee, and now they say they did call a timeout. So 2 different signals by the officials down here on the field, but now the timeout has been granted to Glenpool. So as you guys just talked about, Glenpool burning another timeout, and that could be very critical, as you guys mentioned, coming up here in the 4th quarter. Momentum definitely the tale of 2 halves so far here in this football game. You got Glenpool come out with the 14-0 lead. Clinton, they've been, as Coach Lee talked about it, they needed to be more physical, and they certainly have been. And Clinton knocking at the door. Back up to you.
Well, knocking at the door once again. Great job down there on the field, JD. As yeah, hard to sort out what the confusion was down there, Craig, but they've used their timeouts trying to stop this momentum here in the 3rd, and right now fighting against this Red Tornado offense once again as they're knocking on the door.
Yeah, that makes it very tough when you're losing timeouts like this and trying to regroup and get your team back on track and to not have any timeouts going into late in the 4th quarter in a game that's this tight is going to make it very difficult for Glenpool down the stretch here.
Well, and I believe that's the 3rd timeout. They've still got 1 timeout up there for Glenpool on the scoreboard, but I believe that is their 3rd right now. And Coach Edwards still not real happy, and I think it may have been that illegal participation call that's got him upset. Right now, though, the defense has to step up and make a play. Clinton trying to get into the end zone for the 3rd time this period as they'll give it to the fullback, Glad, and he is across the goal line. Waiting for the signal here. Looked like he barreled his way in. They're going to call him short once again.
I'm guessing he gets it again one more time. That guy is he's a load to bring down. It looks like he did maybe come up a little short. That was a good spot, and I'm expecting to probably give it to him one more time. As you see Coach Lee there not happy with what's going on. I think it all stemmed from, the interception. That obviously when you have some things happen on top of that, he's definitely not a happy camper right now.
Well, the momentum really snowballing right now for Clinton. It's pretty much been all Clinton here in the 3rd period. We don't keep numbers on time of possession, but I would venture to say the Red Tornadoes out of the first 10.5 minutes here have had the ball, about 8 of that, as they'll give it to Glad this time. And this time, no doubt about it, he's into the end zone at the 138 mark here in the 3rd on a 1-yard run. Justin Glad, his 3rd touchdown here of the 3rd period. And Clinton with their first lead of the evening.
Showed a little versatility with the open over. Did a little, instead of the power move, he decided to add more of an athletic move. Then he's going to grab, then he's going to run out here and go ahead and kick the extra point.
Another versatile guy, Dwayne Barker there, the little wide out and cornerback, his holder.
Yeah, in our league, we give a lad there the Iron Man of the Week, I think, award for all he's done out here. And so we Cameron Glad, what a player, and welcome him to the Arena League when he's of age, and he can do it all for us.
And Glad right there booting through the 3rd extra point of the evening. You see a happy Cameron Glad headed to the sidelines as the Clinton Red Tornadoes take a 21-14 lead. Want to remind you tonight's ball game is brought to you by PrimeVest. Whether you're looking for more interest income on your CDs, mutual funds, a retirement plan, or a review of your investment portfolio, PrimeVest can help. Come by and see investment representatives Ken Baker and David Davis at 501 Gary Boulevard in Clinton. And we also want to welcome all of our viewers all over the state, from Tulsa to Ardmore, from Ponca City to Lake Texoma, Sayre to Muskogee, and everywhere in between. We have viewers on Dish, DirecTV, over the air, and on cable outlets all over the state. And if you're just joining us, pull up a seat, grab your favorite beverage, and settle in. We've got an outstanding one here in 4A semifinal action, exclusively on KSBI TV. Happy to announce that we are the home for the state's high school playoffs. After an outstanding ball game last night, didn't think it could get any better here tonight. We've seen Clinton storm back, though, from 14 down to take the lead as they get ready to kick it off yet again here in the 3rd.
Chris, what's interesting to see is 2 of those linemen on that right-hand side. Well, you start with the center. And then the guard on the right-hand side is 6 foot, 190 pounds, and your center's 5'8", 160. So 2 of those 3 guys that are plugging the holes and creating that the holes over there on the right-hand side are less than 200 pounds, which is very impressive.
No doubt, and they've paid some big holes in the second half as Glad sends this one into the end zone once again. And again, he's working with a little bit of a gust at his back, Craig, but good leg on the little fullback there.
That's a great leg. He's kicking it out of the end zone every time, and you know, declaring, making Glenpool start on the 20-yard line every possession, and so that's a big advantage.
Well, and the one that they did have a chance to return, that was to open the third period, or after the score, actually, after Clinton had scored their first touchdown here in the third. That return wound up being a fumble, and Clinton wound up with the ball there. So the return game has yielded pretty much nothing for Glenpool here this evening. We'll see if they can't get the offense going here, though. Big Cardell Clemens back there in the back, or dotting the I in the backfield. Had a good first half, has been shut down here in the second. They'll give it to the fullback, Michael Wright. He bulls his way up and moves the pile out to about the 23. And if you're Coach Steve Edwards over there on that Warrior sideline, and we kind of talked about this last drive as well, Craig, but they've got to go back to what worked for him in the first half here.
Yeah, I think so. And they've got to establish just moving the chains and get comfortable, you know, back and, you know, hand the ball off there to Clemens and doing some of those things, just getting the change, getting some momentum going, getting some first downs, and I think they're going to be okay. And this one ought to go down to the wire at the end of the ball game. But you can't let Clinton, you know, gain any more momentum and score again, or they could be in trouble.
And they've got to stop those penalties, too. 2nd down and 7 right now, I formation again. They'll give it to Clemens around the right side. He's got a little room. Closes up quickly on him, though, as he's brought down at the 25. Looked like he might have a little bit of a seam there.
That's good tackle there by defensive tackle Paul Adams, senior number 52, 6'2", 240-pound defensive tackle. Got in there and got off a block, made a good tackle there.
And you see the Warriors cheerleaders down there on the track trying to spur this Glenpool crowd on. A lot of them seated right now. And on the opposite side over here in front of us, the home side, Red Tornadoes fans on their feet much of this third quarter as we get ready to finish up the third quarter, actually. 15 seconds and counting here as Goddard will turn and give it to Clemens once again. On 3rd down, not anything there for him. As for the first time tonight, Craig, he was a little bit tentative in the hole there, and he's going to be brought down after about a yard and a half gain.
Yeah, Casper's a big part of that stop there, along with his friends. And Glenpool maintaining a drive, moving the chains, and just not turning the ball over. That's the 2 crucial turnovers in this half have been the key factors. And if they can control a drive and avoid the turnovers, that would be crucial for them to get back in this ball game.
And it looks like we've got a timeout here. Clock at 4 seconds remaining here in the third period of action. 21-14 our score. And Clinton storming out of the halftime locker room here. They were down 14-0 at half. Glenpool pretty much had everything going their way in the first half. Offensively, defensively, you name it. Momentum was wearing blue and white at that point, but Clinton really has come out of the locker room. Don't know what speech Coach Lee gave him at halftime, but bottled it.
Yeah, I think he did a great job getting them ready for the second half, and they opened up with a big pass play and picked up 15 yards on a pass play, then picked up another first down on a run play. He kind of switched it up a little bit, and I think, like you said, found some creases and some holes on that right-hand side that they've been going at time and time again. And you know, Glenpool tried to open up with that onside kick, and they took advantage of it. Got the good field position and gained momentum from there.
And here's a punt into the wind. Coach Lee wisely using that timeout there to make them punt it into the wind. 4 seconds remaining here in the third as the snap is back, and nice punt considering, although it is rather short, and that's going to be down once again inside of the 40 in Glenpool territory. And we'll send it down to the sidelines to Brady Bruce with a look at what's going on with the weather.
Okay, we're down here with the varsity cheer squad from Clinton High School. You guys having a good time tonight? Always. What station do you watch for high school sports?
52!
There we go. Okay, quick names. Go.
Garrett, Natasha, Amanda, Michaela, Marla, Mikhail, Ashley, Marcel, Sylvia, Micah.
Okay, quick check on the weather real quickly. You're not missing any of the action. Let's go to it. Okay, temperature right now at Lake Hefner's 57. It is kind of windy out here, isn't it? And, boy, I'll tell you what, a little bit chilly as well. South-southeast winds at 20 miles per hour. Live look right now from our State Cam network toward downtown Oklahoma City. And let's go ahead and check out those temperatures. It's 57 in Oklahoma City, 59 in Clinton right now, 57 Tulsa, and 58 in Ponca City. Here's a quick check on the satellite. We do have a storm system to our southeast and another one coming in from the west. Let's go ahead and do that 7-day real quickly, and this is the way it stacks up. Okay, numbers.
70, 55.
There you go.
53, 37.
All right.
47, 46.
Okay, you did great. We're looking at a little bitty TV right now, but basically, chances some storms for tomorrow. A couple of cold fronts coming through. You guys did a terrific job, and it looks like it's going pretty well right now, isn't it?
Yeah!
All right, back to the game. Let's go back to the game.
Well, as you can imagine, a pretty happy group of Red Tornadoes cheerleaders. And I'm wondering, Brady's had a different hat each time we've seen him. Will it be a Santa hat next time? I'm going with the Santa
He's moving
hat.
around pretty well down there, getting a hold of everybody.
Perhaps it might be the urban sombrero. We don't know. We'll be on pins and needles for that next one. Great job down there, though. And it has cooled down a little bit since we started here, Craig. And the wind, pretty much the same as it was at kickoff, from judging from the flags anyway out there. And Brady's been telling us throughout the evening, steady at 22, gusting up to 28. Clinton working into that wind right now, but they'll pitch it out to Antonio Hudlin. He skips through a tackle in the backfield and is going to be swarmed under at about the 40-yard line. That'll be a loss of 2 on the play, bringing up a 2nd down and 12.
That was number 27, Nick Thomas, going there and create some havoc back there in the backfield, and then he ended up coming back, missing the tackle, and come back and finishing it off. So he did a good job right there of getting the backfield and bouncing that outside.
Yeah, he did. He busted that up, fought through the block there.
I think he gets up here and ends up getting an assist. There he is.
That was Waldrop that was there to wrap him up first, doing a good job there. So 2nd down and 12. Anna Shansley sends the receiver in motion. That's Brooks to the far side. I formation. He'll fake the handoff, rolls out, looks down the middle, has Tanner Jones once again, misses a tackle and down inside the 20 before he is wrestled out of bounds right about the 16-yard line. They move the chains again and really starting to have some efficiency through the air and on the ground as they're working against the wind here.
Yeah, back to their favorite play, pass play, in my opinion. They've used that, now 5 to 6 times. They open the half with it, and then they come back to it. And Tanner Jones is a sure receiver. He has good hands, and that's a good job there by the quarterback, stepping up in the pocket and rolling out, stepping up, and Anna Shansley made a good throw right there.
Jones not bad with the ball in his hands as well for a tight end. Moves pretty well, the big guy does.
He's 6'2", 220 pounds, and does a great job of moving around.
And just a junior. He'll be around next year for this Red Tornado squad also. They're not concerned about next year right now, though. Anna Shansley trying to add another touchdown for him. Throws this one out of bounds along the far side. Had a good play by him. He had a receiver back there in the back of the end zone and really no room to throw him the ball. So he just sent that one out of bounds, and they'll live to play another play.
Yeah, smart play. There's no need. You've got the lead, and you're in their territory. No need in forcing anything at this point. And nice job of getting the ball out of bounds.
Yeah, that was one of the few times tonight we've seen him really look for Garrett Casper. We've called his name defensively a lot. He's also their ex-receiver out there. Tanner Jones has been on the receiving end of most of the tosses, though, by Barry Anna Shansley throughout the evening. Right now, 2nd down and 10. As the officials are respotting the ball down there, we believe, or changing balls. 21-14 our score, 10:40 remaining in the ball game. It is getting late for Glenpool. Do not want to get into a situation where this is a 2-score ball game right now. Glenpool has not moved the ball more than 1 first down this entire second half. So they definitely don't want to have to play from behind any more than they already are. Clinton, however, would love to extend this lead out as they'll go with the big fullback again, and Cameron Glenn bulls his way down inside the 10-yard line. Right inside the 10. They'll spot it on the 10, as a matter of fact, or Cameron Glad, pardon me.
Yeah, that is tough to stop. You get that 230 pounds running downhill, and very difficult play to stop, and they've given it to him time and time. He probably has 15 carries on the night and a couple of touchdown runs, and tough competitor.
Well, and Coach Lee doing exactly what they said they were going to do in his interview with JD coming out of the half. We're going to pound it at him and make him tackle us, and we're going to try and block him, and that's what they've done, largely behind the legs of Cameron Glad. As you see him carry there once again, he'll have the first down inside the 5-yard line. That'll bring up a 1st and goal for the Red Tornadoes here.
Yeah, he got it in the secondary there, and Zerard Murray had to make the tackle. So you've got a 230-pound fullback coming downhill on a defensive back, and that's a pretty good matchup for your offense.
Yeah, badge of courage there for Murray taking him on that, but Glenn built low to the ground, and as Craig said, good size too when you meet him in the hole. This time, however, he's stacked up in the middle of the line. He'll be brought down after maybe a gain of a half a yard. They'll call it a yard. bringing up a 2nd down and goal.
Good job. Looked like by Will Height coming in there and helping with the stop on that play.
9:28, 9:27 to go here in the ball game. Half of the 4A final field is set. Wagner advancing with a win over Star Spencer last night in semifinal action, 26-6. And one of these two teams trying to have their ticket punched to the 4A state championship game as Clinton takes another timeout, and that'll be their 2nd of the half, stopping the clock here with 9:18 to go. If you're just joining us, I'm Chris Johnson. Along with me here in the booth, Craig Strickland. Down on the sidelines, J.D. Northcutt giving us the feel from the sidelines. And right now we're in a timeout here, 21-14 our score. We want to remind you tonight's ball game brought to you by Consumer Textile Corporation. CTC is your source for a complete line of linen and uniform rental, plus janitorial equipment and supplies. We provide Western Oklahoma with entrance mats, dust mops, aprons, towels, tables, linens, and much more. Call CTC at 1-800-926-5646. We deliver satisfaction. And we'll go down to J.D. Northcutt delivering information from the sidelines. J.D.
Well, you guys had talked about it a little bit earlier. The winner of this one will take on Wagner next week. Wagner 11-2 after their big win last night over Star Spencer. Wagner, the Bulldogs, were 8-23 in the previous 3 seasons. So they're in their first semifinal last night since 1963. So their first state championship game. So good luck to Wagner, and congratulations. And here we go, back up to you.
All right, thank you, J.D. Of course, both of these teams, no strangers to the semifinals, but good to see Wagner getting back there for the first time in a long time. Here's a fade route, almost caught over here in the corner of the end zone by Grant Phillips. And credit to the defensive back there on the play, as that was Landon Bowler here as we take a look at it. Good throw by Shansley.
That was, and a good play by Bowler. Bowler's not a name that we mentioned a whole lot tonight, but he leads the team with 6 interceptions and is an outstanding player back there. And so to go at him, I think he's been waiting all night to make a big play, and got the opportunity there and did a good job of making the pass breakup.
Well, they went to the big guy out there. Phillips has a couple inches and a few pounds on Bowler, but he was able to knock that ball loose. So 3rd down and goal for the Red Tornadoes. They give it to Brooks. He fumbles it, picks it back up, is brought down right about the 5-yard line. That was almost the break Glenpool needed right
almost
there.
Was. That ball hit the ground and got a lucky bounce right back into his chest, or that could have been devastating. Glenpool would have had the opportunity to go down and tie this ball game up.
So that will bring on the fullback / do-it-all for the Clinton Red Tornadoes. That would be the person of Cameron Glad. He's had a big ball game on the ground tonight, also handling the kicking duties as he has all evening long. This will be a field goal. They'll spot the ball at the 13-yard line. 23-yard field goal attempt into the wind here. Dwayne Brooks, the holder. The snap is back. Kick is up, and this kick is good. So 8:24 to go here in the ball game as Clinton extends the lead on a 23-yard field goal. They now lead 24-14. We're back with more of the KSBI SBC Yahoo DSL Game of the Week after this.
If you pay for your communication and entertainment services separately, you could be paying too much.
Unlike cable, SBC let me build a plan to fit my life at a cost that worked for me.
With cable, I couldn't get the services I wanted the way I wanted them.
The SBC family gives you more choices, like the proven reliability of SBC local and long distance service, digital satellite TV, and high-speed internet, all for under $85 a month. Add Singular Wireless and the savings just get better. Go online now.
SBC, now joined with AT&T.
Tonight's high school ball game is brought to you by SBC Yahoo DSL. And we welcome you back to Putnam City Stadium. I'm Chris Johnson along with Craig Strickland. J.D. Northcutt handling the duties down on the sideline. And Craig, this is no other way to say it other than the old cliche, a tale of two halves right here. Clinton with 24 on the board here in the second, answering Glenpool's 14 in the first half.
Yeah, I don't know where the offense of Glenpool went in the first half. They were dictating this game, doing an outstanding job moving the ball up and down the field and getting the ball to Clemens and opening the second half. They just couldn't get that momentum going. They couldn't get anything working in that running game, and Clinton has done an outstanding job of swarming around and stopping that running game. And the passing game hasn't been any better, and so the you know, tides have turned, and Clinton is now leaning on Glenpool, which was exactly the other way in the first half.
Well, you see Coach Steve Edwards there talking with his quarterback, Philip Goddard, as Goddard heads out to the huddle, trying to get something going here. Plenty of time left, 8:24 to go, but keeping in mind how much they move the ball on the ground, they're going to chew up a little time, and they had to use, I guess it's 2 timeouts. They've still got a timeout up there on the scoreboard, so evidently Glenpool with 1 timeout remaining, but just moving the ball is their primary concern right now, as they'll give it to Cardell Clemens once again, and he is stacked up for little to no gain, and is it just me, or is he a little bit more tentative here in the second half?
Yeah, I believe so. And Seth Reed gets in there. He's made some big tackles in the second half, and it seems like that the Red Tornadoes are getting off their blocks and making tackles in the secondary now.
J.D. Northcutt's down on the sidelines. We'll send it down to J.D.
Hey, you guys just hit the nail right on the head. He is certainly, you guys can see it from up in the booth, but certainly timid running the football. Glenpool, it seems like that, I don't know if the defensive line of the Clinton Red Tornadoes have him intimidated or what, but he's just not getting it done like he was in the first half. Back to you.
Thank you, J.D. Yeah, that cutback lane not there for him here in the second half. He'll get a couple of yards this time, up to about the 33.5 yard line. But we turn around once again, and Glenpool facing a 3rd down here, Craig.
Yeah, in a tough position again. A good tackle there by Chris Pearson. Able to pick up a few yards, but they're making sure tackles and not letting them. It seemed like in the first half he was able to get a few more yards after the initial contact, but here they're making sure tackles, and it seems like he is a little tentative and run the ball and just not creating the yardage that they were in the first half.
When you see 3 or 4 of those burgundy jerseys around the ball carrier every single play now. 3rd down situation, 6 yards to go. Goddard rolling out to the far side, has a man out there. He's got Murray. Let's see if he got it in bounds, as the line judge took a tumble over there, and we'll have to wait until he dusts himself off and return to the sideline to find out if that's going to be a completion or not. And it looks like it will be. So a clutch 3rd down throw there from Goddard to Murray as we take a look at it here. Big time play there, if ever Glenpool needed one.
Yeah, that play was set up very nice. It was well blocked. Goddard had plenty of time. Murray ran a great route, nice throw and catch, and so that play, they need some more of those plays to sustain this drive.
Boy, not bad coverage there by Casper. He was right there with the receiver, but Goddard put it only where the receiver could get it, or it was going to be incomplete. So a well-thrown ball and a 1st down for Glenpool. 6:52 on the clock, as that did stop the clock also. They'll give it to the fullback, Michael Wright, this time, and he's into the line of scrimmage on the right side. He'll have a yard or 2. We'll call it 3, as they'll spot it right here at the 45-yard line.
Just think you got to limit those plays, you know, the fullback plays, and open it up a little bit more. You have a more than adequate quarterback with Goddard, and I think they can open it up and maybe get Murray on some of the deeper routes and move the ball down the field. Those 1 and 2 yard gains by the fullback are going to be tough coming down to the end of this ball game.
Yeah, clock running right now under 6:19, 6:18 to go. We saw him take a couple shots downfield with Murray earlier in the contest. Haven't seen him go deep to him for a while. They'll send him in motion now from the near side to the far side there. I formation once again. Goddard back to pass. Under a little pressure. He's got a man down there, and that's Murray. Right at the 35.
Very nice play. Murray, they faked like they were going to do the out like they did earlier, and Murray turned it upfield and did a little out and up move and was wide open. And perfect play call into that coverage.
Well, he did a good job there of finding that gap. That layer between the safeties and the cornerback just settled right down into it. And you saw it right there. He was wide open before the safety came up to apply the hit, and that was Terrence McBrayer.
Yeah, Clinton is still stacked up to stop the run. So I think anytime you can move the pocket like that and get some of these throws, I think there's going to be some openings in the passing game.
5:50 to go here in the ball game. Glenpool trailing by 10. They'll give it to Clemens. He's got room over the left side, but it closes up on him quickly once again as he gets it down to the 30. That'll be a gain of about 4.5 yards. And Glenpool, one would expect to see them operating a little bit more quickly in and out of the huddle here, as time is of the essence. 10 points late in this ball game here, as Clinton has stormed out of the second half locker room, or the halftime locker room rather, and put up 24 big ones here in the second half, largely along behind the legs of Cameron Glad, their fullback, and on the toe of Cameron, as he's also the place kicker. This time Glenpool, though, with 2 receivers split to the near side. I formation once again behind the quarterback. 2nd down and 4. They'll pitch it to Clemens. He's got room over the right side this time, and will have the first down as he's down inside the 25, right about the 22-yard line, as the clock rolls under 5 minutes to go here in the ball game.
Yeah, that's a good job of blocking that toss, picking up the first down and moving the chains.
Well, that's one of the first times in the second half we've seen him with any room to operate at all right there, as his big fullback Michael Wright led him out there into the hole. But the Clinton defense did swarm and close that up rather quickly there. First down and 10 for Glenpool. One receiver split to the far side. That is Brandon Henderson over there, the junior. And Murray to the near side. Now he'll go in motion over there. Still an I formation behind Goddard. He'll roll far side. Looks to the end zone, trying to hook up with Henderson out of the back of the end zone. And Henderson, great effort by the youngster there as the junior comes up short and dings himself up a little bit in going after that one.
I think they were trying that same type of wheel route, but when you have a go route by the outside receiver, then you have kind of an out and up by the inside receiver. When you're down here close to the goal line, sometimes you get two receivers in the same spot, and I think that's kind of what happened there. Luckily for Glenpool, they went ahead and tossed the ball out of bounds and went to the next play. I think that could have been trouble if they tried to go to their out and up there to Murray.
And that'll also stop the clock from 4:29 remaining here in the ball game. Both of these teams trying to get into next week's 4A state final, as there's the end around to Murray. He's going to be brought down after a couple yards, and they will keep the clock moving on that one as he was unable to get out of bounds. Wagner already in next week's 4A state final. They knocked off Star Spencer 26-6 last night in the finals for the first time in a long, long time. We heard JD talk about it. I think he said 1963.
Yeah, not a name you see in the final very often. And so obviously not in a long, long time, not in my lifetime. And so I know the Wagner fans are very happy and paying close attention to this game.
So a new face in the finals in 4A and a couple of familiar ones right here during battle, as Clinton 3 minutes and 45 seconds away from a berth in that state championship game, as there's the give to Clemens. He is just simply swallowed up in the backfield.
I'll tell you, another guy on defense that we've seen all night on offense is Jones, coming in and making a big play there. And then finishing it off is Seth Reed. And Seth Reed has done a great job in the trenches there. You got Paul Adams, number 52, that's been around the ball a lot. And these guys are just stepping up and really trying to make a point to stop that run and force Glenpool to beat him with the pass.
With Seth Reed, the big junior there, 6'3", 200. Also a tight end offensively for the Red Tornadoes. We'll see him next year as well. A little bit of confusion here on the play, and I think the officials are going to call to reset the play clock, as Goddard and Murray there seemed a little bit confused on what play they had called. Fortunately for them, a reset of the play clock helps, and they'll bring two receivers to the near side of the field as we watch some of the young fans. They're bundled up for this one tonight. It's been a terrific ball game, 24-14. Clinton leading, 2:52 on the clock, and the clock continuing to roll here as Goddard under center brings Murray in motion to the far side of the field. He will roll to the far side, escapes some pressure now, coming back to the near side. Gonna have to make something happen here. Fires to the end zone. Oh, had a receiver down there, in and out of the hands of Chris Green, as the hit was applied by number 20, Terrence McBrayer.
Well, it's a heck of a job by Goddard to scramble around and give his receiver time to try to work to get open. And that's a play that you've got to make in a crucial situation like this. And just didn't happen, and looks like we've got an injury down there.
Yeah, we do. That's the receiver down there. That was Chris Green, the senior wide receiver defensive back for the Warriors, as, boy, a big-time hit laid on him. McBrayer, we saw him in the offensive backfield for the first half, and credit to him. He's given up his spot at the tailback position to Antonio Hudlin here in the second half, and has continued to play hard, though, defensively. And right now, once again, we're looking at Chris Green for Glenpool, who's down over there near the near corner of the end zone, and we certainly hope it's nothing of a serious nature for this young man. We'll get a report, I'm sure, in a few moments from JD Northcutt down there on the sidelines, as JD is the guy that would have information for us on this one. And again, if you're just joining us, you're watching 4A semifinal action here on KSBI TV, brought to you by SBC Yahoo DSL. We're proud to announce that KSBI is the exclusive home of Oklahoma State High School playoff action. we've got half of the field set in 4A. Wagner, as we mentioned, awaiting the winner of this ball game. In 6A, we had a dandy last night right here at Putnam City Stadium as Muskogee was knocked off by Mustang. 2 touchdowns in the last minute and a half of that ball game, Craig, as it looked like Muskogee had overcome a 10-point deficit, and they kicked off only to see Mustang march down the field in dramatic fashion, scoring with less than 30 seconds left to take the win 48-44, and really the kicking game, the difference in that ball game last night. But this one, a tale of two halves. Glenpool came out first offensive possession, scored on the 3rd play from scrimmage as Cardell Clemens took it 62 yards. Just like that, they were on the board 7-0. Then on their next possession, it was a 3-yard pass to the wide receiver Zerard Murray from the quarterback Philip Goddard. They led 14-0. That's the way we went into the half, and we've seen Clinton come out storming out of the halftime locker room, scoring 24 points here in the second half. That's where we stand right now, 24-14. We're going to get a break in. We'll be back for the conclusion of this one on KSBI TV.
For facilities in western Oklahoma, Bar S Foods is one of the largest employers in this area. We are proud to sponsor local community and school activities. Bar S Foods and Clinton High School, a winning combination. Only the best is branded Bar S.
Here at Heart and Hand Thrift Center, we're committed to incredible values and great shopping.
Putnam City Stadium. We're going to go down to the field in J.D. Northcutt.
All right, Chris Green, he's shaking up down here. Preliminary indication with the training staff down here seems to be okay. Possible concussion. He is moving his lower body. That's great news. He can move his feet. They just, in these situations, you got to let these guys take their time because they do a tremendous job. These athletic trainers are trained to handle these situations, and they're doing a great job down here. But preliminary indication that he is fine, and they're just going to be careful with him at this point. And I'll try to get some more information here in just a few moments. So back up to you.
Outstanding. That's good news from the sideline down there, JD, as Chris Green still down there on the near sideline and being attended to, as you mentioned. If you've just joined us, 24-14 is our score here. We've got under 3 minutes to play in this 4A semifinal action. Chris Johnson along with Craig Strickland as both teams huddling up on their sidelines. And right now, if you're Clinton, I guess you're just anxious to get to the end of this thing, Craig. And this is kind of could work in the favor of Glenpool, I suppose. A little bit of a stoppage here. We'll see what the Warriors do, but I guess conversely, you've got to think that a lot of the minds over there on the Warriors sideline are with their teammate right now, Chris Green, wondering what's going on.
Definitely, you never want to see a player injured, and with Chris Green, you know, he did a great job of trying to make a play over there, and then come down and to see a player on the ground is never something you want to see, and it looks like obviously the fans and the teammates over in Glenpool are very concerned with him, and just hoping that everything is fine. And as JD had mentioned, he thinks that the preliminary indication is that he's going to be okay. But they are definitely taking their time, and it's a somewhat of a concern right now.
Yeah, no doubt. And JD emphasized that you know, a lot's changed over the years with head injuries and that sort of thing. Want to absolutely take all precautions that we can nowadays, and you see them doing that right there. Great staff handling his injury as we speak. So we're going to go ahead and take this opportunity to get in another commercial break. You're watching the High School Game of the Week presented by SBC Yahoo DSL right here on KSBI TV. We're moments away from the end of this one. 24-14 our score. Clinton leading and trying to march on to the 4A state championship.
World Outreach Church of Tulsa is an extraordinary local church. Friendly people, dynamic preaching, and a wonderful choir. But beyond our walls, our light shines even farther. As an international base, we are taking God's love to hurting people around the world. Because of our love for the nations, we are sending people constantly, giving generously, and praying fervently. Join us at World Outreach Church of Tulsa, an extraordinary place for extraordinary people like you.
Stadium, we're going to go right back down to the sidelines to J.D. Northcutt, who's got more information on Chris Green.
More information on Chris Green. They are going to bring an ambulance in here to the stadium, actually just outside the stadium, and get him. He is conscious. That is the good news. His parents are with him. They got some great athletic training staff down there with him. So basically precautionary measure, but they are going to take him probably just right down the street here to Baptist Medical Center. And just precautionary measures. He is conscious. He's a little bit groggy, as you might imagine, but so far so good. This is great news, but certainly under these circumstances, you do need to take time and handle the situation correctly, as I mentioned earlier. But so far, everything is good for Chris Green, and that's the best news of all. Back up to you.
Yeah, that is excellent news from the sidelines, and our thoughts are certainly with Chris Green here. As nice to have a medical facility nearby, Craig, where they can get a player right to the attention that they need.
Yeah, no question about it, and it looks like the medical attention is outstanding down there. And I think Chris, seems like the symptoms of a concussion. I've been through those before, and the end result of that is you don't know what's going on. Your body can kind of function, and you may be able to even talk to people, and they have ones they call walking concussion also, to where you're actually playing in a game and not knowing what you're doing. So that's the scary part. You know, there's been guys that I've talked to that have been involved in those, and you know, hopefully this turns out just fine, and a concussion, he can come back from that and be okay, and we'll see, you know, the end result of this right here, but just hoping and praying that he'll be fine.
Well, a lot of concern right there, and on both sides of the stadium here, as certainly don't want, no one wishes injury upon anybody, obviously. We'll take a moment, though, here to take a look at some of our brackets as we are working our way toward those championship games, the larger classes with championship games lined up next week. 5A, well, that's a different story. That is postponed indefinitely right now. As you look at the 4A bracket right there, our ball game, the ball game on top there, Clinton and Glenpool, and Wagner and Star Spencer on the bottom half of the bracket. Wagner has already advanced with a 26-6 win last evening over Star Spencer. So Wagner, yes, Wagner, in the 4A finals for next week. And Clinton 2 minutes away, 2 minutes and 34 seconds away, if this lead holds, from meeting them there, as they'll try and repeat as state champions. And it has been, you know, we heard Danny Reynolds of the USSAA talking with Brady Bruce down there at halftime, Craig, and if you've been out for high school football on Friday nights throughout the season, it's been an unusually warm year across the state, really. No ice or snow or anything like that yet.
The temperature's been great all season for the playoffs, and teams are, that's obviously a big advantage when you're going into in practices. You know, there's the game night's one thing, but practicing all week long in the freezing cold. I know we were able to make it to a championship back in 1993, and went through just the cold times and freezing, everybody huddling up at practice and things of that nature, waiting for that game. And it gets even worse as you go along into the state final for whichever team makes it. But the weather has cooperated great, and for football and for some golf games out there for some folks.
I never have a complaint when I can get out on the golf course, no doubt about it. Well, hey, we're going to take another commercial break here while they attend to Chris Green down there on the field. Our score 24-14. Clinton in command in this one, 2:34 away from another berth in the state championship game, and we're back after this.
99% of all people surveyed said they would have used hospice services had they known they were available. Compassionate Care Hospice services are available to anyone facing a serious or life-threatening illness. If you or a loved one need help, call Compassionate Care Hospice at 948-4357. There is never a charge to our patients or their family.
Remember, you have the right to choose.
And we hope that you'll choose Compassionate Care Hospice.
To order a VHS or DVD copy of this or any game, please send a $25 check or money order with your name, address, and telephone number to KSBI TV, 1350 Southeast 82nd Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73149. Please specify which game you are ordering and if you would like a VHS or DVD.
If you pay for your communication and entertainment services separately, you could be paying too much.
Unlike cable, SBC let me build a plan to fit my life at a cost that worked for me.
With cable, I couldn't get the services I wanted the way I wanted them.
The SBC family gives you more choices like the proven reliability of SBC local and long distance service, digital satellite TV, and high-speed internet, all for under $85 a month. Add Singular Wireless and the savings just get better. Go online now.
SBC, now joined with AT&T.
Locally owned and operated, Bank of the West is your hometown banking center. With a friendly and helpful staff, Bank of the West is here to serve you. We are FDIC insured and an equal housing lender. Stop by one of our 4 locations today for free checking and competitive CD rates. Visit our loan officers in Clinton at 1 Wheatfield Plaza for all your borrowing needs. Bank of the West, our years are short, our roots are deep.
Stepping back with us, so we have J.D. Northcutt down with an injury report, we believe, coming up. And we're still at an injury timeout waiting for to see the results here with Chris Green. Chris Green was running a route in the end zone, came down and has been down for the last 10 minutes or so. And we have a staff down there taking good care of him and making sure they're going through the proper techniques to get him to the nearest hospital, and they're doing a good job with him right now.
Yeah, we're going to send it down to the sidelines, Craig. We've got J.D. Northcutt down there. J.D. with more on this. Let's send it down to J.D.
Hey guys, down here on the field, it's situations, you know, still knocked out, little, you know, coming through to a little bit of consciousness there, but they've basically removed his face mask from his helmet, but they're going to keep the headgear on until they can get him to the hospital. One neat thing about sportsmanship here with high school football and football throughout all levels, and I know Craig's seen this as well, but the Clinton, one of the Clinton training staff guys was one of the first ones down there on the scene, and he is still down there, even though there's great competition out here between the hash marks or between the sidelines, if you will. He is still kind of mobilizing his neck just to make sure there's not a neck problem there. And so the Clinton Red Tornado training staff down helping out with the Glenpool staff here on this young man. And as we say, and as I have said, certainly looks like this is a precautionary measure, and looks like everything's going to be worked out, but certainly you don't want to take any chances in this situation. So the ambulance is here, so they're getting it all set up and going to get the game back underway here in just a few moments. So back up to you.
Well, thank you very much for that report, J.D., and obviously the game, not a big concern right now. Chris Green's health is the primary concern. It sounds like they've got the situation handled. We want to remind folks you can watch a replay of tonight's game tomorrow at 7:30 right here on KSBI. And we welcome our viewers all over the state of Oklahoma, from Tulsa to Ardmore, from Ponca City to Lake Texoma, Sayre to Muskogee, and everywhere in between. We have viewers on Dish, DirecTV, over the air, and on cable outlets all over the state, as you see the camera shot there of Chris Green being wheeled off the track here, and we'll be underway a few moments from now, I would imagine. But concern on both sides, Craig, and really the ball game becomes secondary once you see somebody down with what looks like it could be a serious injury. But our understanding is they're just taking precautions here for a concussion.
Yeah, that's great sportsmanship from Clinton to go over and help out and things, and for those precautionary measures, I think they've done a great job of carting him off there and stabilizing him and everything, and that is the measures for concussion. I think that hoping that is what it is. You know, the extent of it is a concussion or something along those lines, and nothing any more serious than that. And I know that is the measures taken with a concussion. I've been in that same seat before, and it's never fun, but I think he'll be okay.
Well, right now, almost lost in the shuffle there. That was a 4th down pass attempt into the end zone by Glenpool. So first down for Clinton with 2:34 to go on the clock here. No timeouts for Glenpool. Clinton with a 10-point lead. And you see the Warriors stacking the box, bringing virtually everybody up within a couple yards of the line of scrimmage. And there's the big fullback once again. Cameron Glad slipped making a cut there. But this is the type of defense where we see if you don't get them with that first wave of tacklers, a lot of times they can break a big one. But Glenpool happened to sell out here at the end of the game.
Yeah, and seldom, as we've talked about all night long, do you see a sophomore getting the ball at the end of the ball games and relying on him. But Glad's been the workhorse all night long, and I expect to see him carrying the ball to finish it out.
If we didn't have sophomore printed out on our roster here all evening long, you would not have known that he was one of the sophomores out there. He's been the workhorse for him tonight. They'll put the ball in the breadbasket with him again as he's out over the 25, out to about the 26.5. And the clock, most importantly, continuing to run, under 1:45 to go in the ball game. As right now, Clinton looking very much like they'll be the opponent for Wagner in next week's 4A state championship game. And I want to remind everybody, you'll only find that here on KSBI TV. Proud to be your exclusive home of the Oklahoma State High School football playoffs. Right now, Clinton trying to repeat as 4A champions and have their ticket punched to that final game next week. 1:20 stands between them and a date with Wagner. Bear Shansley right now turns and gives it to Glad once again, and he's going to be a little bit short of the first down here. They needed to get just beyond the 30 to about the 30.5, and this will be spotted right about the 29.5. So a yard shy as fourth down comes up here, and the clock under 1 minute to go here in the ball game now. Finality kind of starting to set in right now.
Yeah, it looks like let that clock run down, maybe call a timeout and work as much off as they can.
I think you're right there, Craig. Looks like that's what they're going to do here, as they will let it wind down as far as they can. Still 4 seconds on the play clock there as they get the timeout signaled with 31 seconds remaining in the game. Coach Mike Lee out onto the field there to greet his troops. There you see the quarterback, Mariana Shansley. Didn't look good for Clinton early on in this one, as they saw Glenpool march right down the field on the opening drive, but they have responded after coming out of the locker room down 14. Tonight's ball game brought to you by the Bank of the West. With a friendly and helpful staff, Bank of the West is here to serve you. Stop by one of our 4 locations today for free checking and competitive CD rates. Bank of the West, serving all your banking needs. We certainly thank them and all of our other fine sponsors, as well as our viewers from around the state. KSBI is your sports station here in Oklahoma, and you saw Danny Reynolds there with the OSSAA joining Brady Bruce at halftime, and it is a busy time of the year in the Oklahoma Secondary Schools Athletic Association, as not only are we in the throes of the football playoffs here, Craig, but basketball getting wound up as well, and teams hitting the hardwood. We'll have basketball action later on this winter as well. Right now, though, fourth down, and we'll call it a yard here as Clinton back in the punt formation, and who else will be back there but Cameron Glad to receive the punt, and no doubt he's our Iron Man for the night as he gets off a nice punt. This will drive the receiver back. That's Bolin, and he's going to let it just roll dead right about the 31-yard line in Glenpool territory. So that's where they will start out with 18 seconds remaining in the ball game. Philip Goddard and the offense needing a miracle at this point, trailing by 10. And you look back at their previous possession, had they been able to punch it in there, the onside kick was still a possibility and that sort of thing, Craig, but just from a time standpoint, hard to get in 2 scores in 18 seconds, but stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened. Yes.
We saw a real strange one last night. Saw an interception thrown by the Muskogee quarterback. Josh Roberts for Mustang returned it about 50 yards, fumbled. Running back from Muskogee picked it up and returned it about 55 yards the other direction. So a few odd occurrences this weekend, but this would top that play, no question about it. Goddard drops back, throws to the far side of the field, and his receiver was out there, double covered, and that one will fall incomplete, stopping the clock with 11 seconds remaining here in the ball game.
Yeah, you just hate to see the game end like this for Glenpool, as well as they played in the first half, to come back in the second half and not really being able to compete as well as they would have liked, and Clinton just completely took over and played the dominating type of football that they're known to play. And then once that momentum got started, it was just tough for Glenpool to respond.
Well, and you talked about it off the top of the broadcast, Clinton with a little bit of a size advantage on the lines. Would they, it was sort of a question in the first half, when would they kind of exercise their will or enforce their will a little bit on the Warriors? And really didn't see that in the first half at all. In the second half, though, we've seen it with the power running game as Goddard gets this one off under pressure. It's fought for, and I believe Dwayne Barker came up with the pick.
They're going to give him the interception, and that'll end it.
Great job by the little guy there with 3 seconds remaining on the clock. Barker, a 5'7", 150-pound senior, We've seen him out in the pass patterns. He's the one that holds for Cameron Glad on the kickoffs, or on the extra points and field goals, and he comes up with the pick on the near sideline there.
Yeah, that was a very athletic play by him, and now it puts you know, a very odd Class 4A matchup with Wagner and Clinton, you know, going at it next weekend, and looking forward to seeing that ball game.
Should be a good one, as we mentioned. Wagner, a new face, a fresh face, and this deep in the 4A playoffs. Clinton, of course, no stranger at all to playing for those gold balls, and right now, Barry Annishansley with his favorite play of the night, when you get to take a knee, and that's got to feel pretty good when you get to that point in the ball game, Craig, and you know you've got it in the bag and can just go ahead and take the knee.
Taking that knee, knowing you're going to the state finals, which a lot of these guys have been there before. Then you have some youngsters, some freshmen and sophomores. It'll be their first taste of the state championship. But you know, Clinton will go in as the favorite. But then you have a Wagner team, kind of an unknown, a team that's not been there in the past, and don't know what to expect from them. And I'm sure Coach Lee will get right to the tapes to see what Wagner brings to the table. Obviously, they have a great ball club, and so this might make for an interesting matchup.
And here we go with tonight's Taco Mayo play of the game. Taco Mayo, an attitude for great Mexican food. And we're going to be taking a look here, I believe, at Cardell Clemens. This is a defensive play, actually. This is the interception return.
The interception
down
by
inside
Lockhart.
the 5. Yeah, Braden Lockhart,
it was
great
such
job.
a big play, like we talked about. It seems like a simple catch, but a lot of times you get in those situations, and it looks like such an easy catch that people take their eye off the ball or something, but he did a great job securing the ball and rushing and getting it down to the 5-yard line.
And that was definitely a huge play there in the third quarter, as Clinton really turned the tide in the corner. Want to remind you, tonight's ball game is also brought to you by the Frisco Conference Center. Remember the Frisco Conference Center in Clinton, Oklahoma for your next business meeting, social event, or trade show. This state-of-the-art facility can accommodate any event. Championship golf and local attractions are waiting for you at the Frisco Conference Center in Clinton, Oklahoma, just 90 miles west of Oklahoma City. Call 580-323-7874 for more information. Also sponsoring tonight's ball game, Farmers Insurance. Farmers Insurance is proud to sponsor the Clinton Glenpool playoff game. For auto, home, life, and business, ask about the many discounts you may qualify for. Also sponsoring tonight's ball game, Southwest Interiors and Certified Travel, the store with more. From Hallmark cards and gifts to Wilton cake supplies and picture frames, you'll find it all at Southwest Interiors and Certified Travel, 521 Frisco Avenue in Clinton. And we want to remind you, they're also an authorized singular dealer. And also sponsoring tonight's ball game, the Bank of the West. Bank of the West with a friendly and helpful staff. Bank of the West is here to serve you. Stop by one of their 4 locations today for free checking and competitive CD rates. Bank of the West, serving all your banking needs. We certainly thank all those fine sponsors, and also a great job once again by our crew. They give us good looks at these all night long, Craig. We've got the vantage point. The guys in the striped shirts, they got the tough job. They got to call it right the first time, and our replays all evening long showed that they got it right. That call down here on the goal line on the Clinton drive in the first half when they were stopped right there short of it. We thought initially that Tanner Jones had gotten into the end zone with the catch. Our replays showed that nope, those guys down there got it right. He was stopped short of the goal line, and of course it became a big defensive stand at the time for Glenpool. But Clinton made that point moot later on in the ball game, and standing by right now is J.D. Northcutt rounding up victorious coach Mike Lee of the Clinton Red Tornadoes, and J.D. is standing by with him. So let's send it down to the field to J.D. and a very happy Red Tornado coach.
Hey, we're down here with Coach Mike Lee. Hey, Coach, great job in the second half. You talked to me at halftime about coming out and being more physical, and that's exactly what you did, and that offensive line did a tremendous job for your running game.
Well, we did. I was proud of our kids for that. I mean, they're used to winning, and they don't just roll over and play dead, which I'm proud of them for that. We played a heck of a football team. Glenpool's a great team, but in the second half, I thought we were the more physical team in the second half. In the first half, they whipped the snot out of us, but I'm proud of our kids.
Well, field position was so key in the second half. You took advantage of the turnovers, and they had the 2 bad punts into the wind, so I know that was a big key for you as well.
Oh, yeah, and in the first half, it felt like they always had the ball. You know, we never had it, and we got off to the bad start, and getting the TD at the start of the second half and getting it to 14-7, and then the turnover on the kickoff return, and then it just kind of snowballed from there.
Then you had the momentum of the game. You know, Glenpool had all the momentum, and their fans were fired up in the first half. Your fans, great contingent of Clinton Red Tornado fans, drove over here this evening. So I know you got to be proud of that support.
Oh yeah, it's one of the great football towns there is. I mean, they just follow real well. But again, that's a great program over there. They've come a long ways, and they're tough. They are very tough.
Okay, you've won 26 straight. Next week you play in a state championship game. You're going for the three-peat, and you play Wagner. What do you look for next week?
Well, it's going to be a physical game. I've seen them. They played Glenpool. In fact, had Glenpool down, I think, at one time, 3 TDs. So they're going to be a very good football team. We're going to have to come ready to play, and it should be very, very similar, a physical game on both sides.
Well, hey, have a safe trip home tonight, and congratulations again. Enjoy it, and we'll see you next week.
All right, thank you.
Thanks again to Coach Lee for being with us. Hey, we're going to have all the state championship action next week here on KSBI, your sports leader. So we'll have 6A, we'll have the 4A game, and maybe much more. So keep it right here all next weekend for all the state championship action. Chris, Craig, great working with you guys tonight. Brady, appreciate the opportunity. And hey, playoffs, one more week of football. So we'll be back next week, and back up to you.
All right, outstanding job down there tonight tracking the action. J.D. Northcutt, a busy man there toward the end of the ball game in particular, Craig, with that injury situation. Glad to announce, though, that Chris Green, our understanding of the diagnosis down there on the field was a concussion. He has been transported to a nearby medical facility and receiving the care that he needs right now, and trying to track down Coach Steve Edwards down there from the Glenpool sidelines as well. But you heard Coach Lee there. They wanted to come out. They wanted to be physical, play Clinton Red Tornado football in the second half, and they were able to do that.
Yeah, they definitely were. In the first half, like he had mentioned, their secondary missed a tackle there and gave an opportunity, Clemens an opportunity to score on the 62-yard run. But once they got that sealed up in the second half and were able to stop that running game, that was the key to the game. And they created a couple of turnovers, a couple of those punts. From Glenpool, they took advantage of those, of some short punts, and it was all over from there.
That's right, and right now, being kind enough to join us is Steve Edwards, the Glenpool coach. We'll send it down to J.D. Northcutt with Coach Edwards.
Hey, we're here with Coach Edwards, and I know Coach Edwards right now, a disappointing loss for you. I know your thoughts, number one, are with the young man that was injured earlier. Can you bring us up to date on him? And it looks like mainly precautionary measure there.
Chris Green, what a great game, played a great game. And we tried to wrap Chris across the backside and try to get across some of their coverage, and he bounced his head off the turf, kind of got a little whiplash there. So he was out for a second, so they just want to take precautions, make sure he's okay. But I think he's going to be fine. Looked like that, he was conscious and talking, and just being careful, make sure he wasn't, badly injured.
Well, that's great news, but hey, I know right now it's kind of a bitter taste, but you're going to look back on this a few weeks down the road. These great football players that came out and gave a great effort tonight. Anytime you can make the semifinals, which is Final Four, it's a great year, and I want to congratulate you and your staff for a great effort tonight.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to my wife for putting up with the long hours. We've got 2 little babies, and she lets me go coach football. So she's kind of a coaching widow during in the fall. So thank you for all that you've done. I want to thank my seniors for their commitment and how hard they've worked to get here. Congratulations to Coach Lee and his great program and how well they've done. What a great football tradition they have, and for us to measure up like we did, it's a measuring stick in 4A football, and for us to step in and hold them, shut them out in the first half. We just couldn't get all of it going in the second half, and that's a credit to them. They're where they're at because of how great they are, and we're going to get there. We're closing the gap. We're trying to get it there. So we'll keep working.
Well, hey, you're a championship coach in my book, and doing a great job. Keep up the great work, and have a great off season. And we really appreciate your time under the tough situation here. Thanks. Hey, great job with Coach being with us here. And Clinton goes to 3A next year. I know you guys probably already talked about that. So.
Yikes.
So Clinton's going to 3A next year, but they got one more. Wagner's got one more. And again, you can see all the action right here on your sports leader, KSBI. Brady, everybody, again, thanks. Great working with you guys tonight, and we'll see you next week.
Outstanding, J.D. J.D. Northcutt, our man on the field, as we take a look at the finalized 4A bracket. A lot of work has gone into this point in the season. 12 weeks down the line, we know who's going to be vying for the 4A state championship. It'll be a Clinton-Wagner matchup. And again, you'll be able to see that here on KSBI TV, along with other state championship action, as we're proud to be your home for the high school playoffs here in 2005. And Craig, any final thoughts here before we wrap it up?
The only final thought I have is I'd like to say that I think Coach Lee and Coach Edwards were both class acts. You know, and those guys came in here, they competed well, but at the end of the game, you see both of them said nothing but good things about the other team. I think that's what high school sports is all about. So I have a lot of respect for those two coaches. Had the opportunity to meet them before the game. I think their teams, played a great ball game, and just wanted to give my respect to those two guys.
Yeah, one of the coaches said it last night. Not a bad evening's entertainment for $5 at all. Well, hey, Craig, it was a pleasure working with you tonight. J.D. Northcutt down on the sidelines for all the crew here. This is Chris Johnson reminding you that KSBI will be your home for championship action next week. You'll find it right here. Where was that monitor?
It's time to get out of credit card debt. By making only minimum payments on your $10,000 credit card debt, it could take you more than 30 years and cost you thousands more in interest. Or you can call 800 Credit Card Debt and learn about the options to reduce your interest rates and lower your monthly payments. We can even recommend ways to eliminate your entire credit card debt.
Call right now for your free and confidential credit card debt analysis. Call 800-582-0564.
It's coming soon. You won't want to miss it.
Live.
Like not tape?
New programs for making healthy choices.
We'll be broadcasting live from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
3 nights in December.
The First Lady of Health, Maureen Kennedy Solomon.
We'll take your health questions over the phone.
And she'll answer them with natural alternatives.
Tune into Making Healthy Choices Live.
December 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Right here on this C Broadcasting Station.
Here's big news on term life insurance. Matrix Direct now offers quality coverage from American General Life, one of the nation's strongest and highly rated insurance companies. American General Life will be there when you need protection most. A 40-year-old man can get a $250,000 policy for less than $14 a month. Call now for your free quote. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation.
Call Matrix Direct today for your free quote, 1-800-380-6679.
Earn your college degree in the most efficient way possible at University of Phoenix Online. Invest in your career and personal earning potential with a state-of-the-industry degree. Attend class whenever you want via the internet. Most students earn their degree in just 2 to 3 years. University of Phoenix is the largest private accredited university in the U.S. Call now to explore your career options with a trained counselor. The consultation is free. University of Phoenix Online.
Kingdom of God. And lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world.
These videos make the stories of the Bible meaningful. It makes them come alive. And when it's meaningful to a child, they want to learn more. They crave more.
This is something that they can learn and apply to their lives and learn to be men and women of faith and integrity. Isn't that what you want to tell your kids? That you can stand up, that you can believe that God is true and just and faithful.
It brings understanding to your children so that they kind of get a glimpse of God through the videotapes.
You might say it's a little bit of a miracle watching these tapes and watch everybody grow in Christianity. And it's absolutely just wonderful.
Now it's your turn to order Greatest Heroes and Legends of the Bible and share the gift of faith with those you love. When you order in the next 3 minutes, we'll reduce the price to just one payment of $19.95 and send you the already classic video Moses, featuring the voice of Charlton Heston. These videos are not available in any store. Don't wait to order. Call now.
This has been a paid commercial for Greatest Heroes and Legends of the Bible.
It's time to get out of credit card debt. By making only minimum payments on your $10,000 credit card debt, it could take you more than 30 years and cost you thousands more in interest. Or you can call 800 Credit Card Debt and learn about the options to reduce your interest rates and lower your monthly payments. We can even recommend ways to eliminate your entire credit card debt.
Call right now for your free and confidential credit card debt analysis. Call 800-582-0564.
It's coming soon. You won't want to miss it.
Live.
Like not tape?
New programs for making healthy choices.
We'll be broadcasting live from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
3 nights in December.
The First Lady of Health, Maureen Kennedy Solomon.
We'll take your health questions over the phone.
And she'll answer them with natural alternatives.
Tune into Making Healthy Choices Live.
December 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Right here on this C Broadcasting Station.
Here's big news on term life insurance. Matrix Direct now offers quality coverage from American General Life, one of the nation's strongest and highly rated insurance companies. American General Life will be there when you need protection most. A 40-year-old man can get a $250,000 policy for less than $14 a month. Call now for your free quote. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation.
Call Matrix Direct today for your free quote, 1-800-380-6679.
Earn your college degree in the most efficient way possible at University of Phoenix Online.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم كافها يا عين صاد.
Hello friends and welcome to This is the Day of Salvation. I'm Pastor Reza Safo again coming to you from Fisherman's House Church located here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, 6847 South Peoria. We have services. Our services are on Sunday morning, 10:30, and again, Friday night's prayer. Once a month, we pray all night long, seeking the Lord about the challenge that is set before us in these last days. For the past few weeks, we have started a teaching on the subject of Islam and understanding, the better understanding of the radical Islam, of the mind of Islamic fanaticals and radicals, and knowing what they believe and why there is such a strong hatred in their heart against the people, against the infidels and the teaching of Islam. And so we're going to continue today talking about the two phases of the theology or the philosophy of the Islamic faith. Now you have to understand that when these revelations came to Muhammad, he was in his hometown, the city of Mecca, at that time in the Arabian Peninsula. And Muhammad, as we have said, comes from a very strong and influential tribe called the Quraysh. Quraysh was a tribe that was in charge of the trading of the nomads of that time in the Arabian Peninsula. And of course, the Quraysh was an idol worshiper tribe. It was a so-called pagan tribe. And at that time, when Muhammad came with his revelation, that Allah is the supreme God and He is the Prophet of Allah. He went to Mecca and pulled all the idols, that were about over 300 idols hanging on that cubic house called Kaaba. And people from different tribes would come and worship these idols. Muhammad pulled them down and said, these are all idol worshipping. This is forbidden. There is only one God, the supreme God, and His name is Allah. And so by doing that, of course, he faced a great opposition from his own tribe, from the elders and the leaders of the tribe of Quraysh, and from the people. For a period of 12 years, he received much persecution, he and his gang of 300 people in his hometown, Mecca. And so, and of course, revelation came to Muhammad that he needs to move or migrate to Yasrib, a city about 270 kilometers north of the city of Mecca, which is now known as the city of Medina, also known as the city of the Prophet Muhammad. And so he moved there, and there the theology, the philosophy, the nature of these revelations changed. For the 12 years that he was in Mecca, he received a lot of revelation, peaceful revelation, similar to what you hear in other religions. But when he moved to Medina, revelation changed their nature and became violent. And of course, that violence created warfare. The first battle began in the city, in a place called the place of Badr, on the 17th day of the month of Ramadan, B-A-D-R, a place called Badr, where a caravan of 1,000 people was coming out of the city of Mecca, and Muhammad and his 300 gangs attacked that caravan, overcame that group of 1,000 people with 3 times his size of his group. And the revelation came to him that Allah was with him. That's why he got victory over the infidel Quraysh. And of course, from that day on, he waged war against all the tribes in Arabia. And in such a short time, he overcame all the tribe and became the dominant power in Arabian Peninsula. And of course, within 200 years, Islam became a dominant power in 2 continents. And they even attacked the southern Europe. They came to Spain, took over Spain. They were there for 800 years. And when they came to France, they were stopped in a battle by the name of Battle of Tours. And a general, an officer in the French army by the name of Charles Marteau stopped them at the 7:35, 7:45, somewhere in that neighborhood, time-wise. And if he had not stopped that Muslim army, today the Western Europe and America would be an Islamic nation. And so, but God preserved a remnant, a group of people, for His plan for these last days. It's very interesting to see the 2 phases of Islam. You know, many people say Islam is a peaceful religion, which is nothing but ignorant statement, to my opinion, because all you have to do is read the Quran and read the history of Islam. Even if you say, well, there's a translation, there's interpretation on Quran, well, then read the history. 1,500 years of bloodshed, warfare, even within themselves, even within their own group, that division that began in the early age after Muhammad's death between the Shiite and the Sunnis. And the Shiite, which means the party of Ali, the followers of Ali, who was the 4th Caliphate within Islam, and also the son-in-law of Muhammad, from the bloodline of Muhammad. He was his nephew and also his son-in-law. His group believed that he should be the rightful heir of Muhammad to lead the Muslim community, and of course the others, the Sunnat, the community of the follower of the traditions of Muhammad, believed it was not so, that Muhammad's next, the closest friend, should be the one who carried the Caliphate or the leadership of the Islamic community. And of course a warfare broke out between the two, and there was a big massacre in the city of Karbala in the country of Iraq now, and a whole group of the followers of Ali, his son Hussein, and 72 other people were massacred, kids and all. And much bloodshed was the beginning of the warfare, even within Islam. Islam has had blood on every pages of its history. Muhammad initiated 47 wars, and out of that 20-some wars, he himself was involved through the sword and massacred people. So again, the revelation that came to Muhammad in Medina was violent. The former revelation in Mecca was peaceful because Muhammad had to get followers and had to convert people, and of course he wasn't successful. For 12 years he had only about 300 people that followed him. But I want you to look at these two revelations that came to Muhammad, and of course because there's so much controversies between these two revelations, the revelations that came to Muhammad in Mecca and the revelations that came to Muhammad in Medina. So the Muslim scholars, in order to justify the differences between these revelations, the controversies in the Quran, which are many, they have a philosophy or a theology. It's called the theology of nas, or abrogation, meaning every revelation that was the former revelation that contradicts the latter revelation must be canceled out. So in other words, the peaceful revelation, let there be no compulsion in religion, that does not stand today due to the revelation that came to Muhammad in Medina to fight and slay the pagans. I want you to look at some of these revelations. For instance, Mecca's revelation, that 12 years of peaceful revelation. In Surah chapter 2, verse 256 says, let there be no compulsion in religion. Truth that stands out clear from error. Whoever rejects evil and believes in Allah has grasped the most trustworthy handhold that never breaks, and Allah hears and knows all things. Now, going over to Medina revelation, 12 years later, or during that 10 years in Medina, these revelations came to Muhammad. In Surah chapter 9, which is one of the most violent, bloodthirsty surahs in Quran. In verse 5 it says, but when the forbidden months are past, then fight or kill, qatalahum, again the word is kill in Arabic, and slay the pagans wherever you find them. Slay the pagans wherever you find them, and seize them, beleaguer them, lie in wait for them in every stratagem of war. But if they repent and establish regular prayers and practice regular charity, then open the way for them, for Allah is all forgiving, most merciful. Again, you see here, there's a controversy. Surah chapter 2, verse 256 says, let there be no compulsion, let there be no fight, let there be no argument within religions, i.e., let those Christians be, let those Jews be. Yet in Surah chapter 9 it says, kill them. If you find them, kill them, unless they submit themselves to Allah. In Surah chapter 2, verse 62, Mecca's revelation, it says, those who believe in the Quran and those who follow the Jewish scriptures, and the Christians and the Sabians, any who believe in Allah and the last day and work righteousness shall have their reward with their Lord. On them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. Again, in Mecca's revelation, Muhammad sent these revelations, as I said, as they came to Muhammad, they came by means of the condition of the hour. For instance, Muhammad sent a group of people, group of Muslims to the Christian tribes in Arabia, and brought the message to them that Muhammad is Allah, God of the Bible, God of the Old Testament scripture, the same God. Muhammad is his prophet. And of course, Christians at that time, by their acceptance of Muhammad, it's a proof of that they did not know the truth. And so they, just today, many Christians, including our Pope, who has declared that we worship the same God as the Muslims. Again, they do not know the truth. They do not know the teaching of the Quran and the philosophy and theology of Islamic faith, and therefore they make such ignorant statements. And here you see that Christian accepted Muhammad and his message and messengers, and so revelation came to Muhammad. Therefore, Christians are okay. And so he says, let there be those who believe in the Quran and those who follow the Jewish scriptures, and the Christians and the Sabians, another religion, who believe in Allah and the last day and work righteousness, shall have their reward with their Lord. On them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. Again, no hardship against the Christians in Mecca. But look at Medina, Surah chapter 9, verse 29. Fight or slay those who believe not in Allah, nor the last day. Nor hold that forbidden which has been forbidden by Allah that and His Messenger. Nor acknowledge the religion of truth, which is what? Which is Islam, according to this word. In other words, if Christians do not acknowledge the religion of truth, the Islam, then slay them. And even if they are of the people of the book, which means Christians, Jewish, Sabians, and so on, until they pay the jizya, which is a tax enforced by the Islamic, it's a religious tax. Jizya is a religious tax. Pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. You know, in Egypt and many Muslim nations, the radicals are enforcing this jizya upon the Christian businessmen. I know, for instance, in Egypt, many Christian businessmen have died, have been killed by radical Muslims because they refuse to pay jizya. Not the taxes to the government, but the taxes to these radicals, because Islam believes that if you are from other religion, it's a privilege for you to live in a Muslim nation. Therefore, you have to pay taxes to the religious institution, the Muslim leaders. And of course, those who refuse, they are killed and tortured and put away. Again, here you see here commandment is to kill the Christians and the Jews in Medina revelation, whereas in Mecca revelation says, let there be peace among religions. Mecca's revelations, in other words, Surah chapter 5 verse 69, those who believe in the Quran, those who follow the Jewish scriptures, and the Sabians and the Christians, any who believe in Allah and the last day and work righteousness, on them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. Again, similar word. But in Surah chapter 5 verse 51, in Medina revelations, O you who believe, take not the Jews and the Christians for your friends and protectors. Why? They are but friends and protectors to each other, and he amongst you that turns to them for friendship is of them. Verily Allah guideth not a people unto. One surah says, hey, don't put any fear among the people of Christians and Jews, other religions. The other one says, don't take him as friends. They're friends of one another. Why? Because the condition changed. The Christians realized the warfare that Muhammad began, says that cannot be of God. The Jew says Muhammad cannot be a prophet of God, Jehovah God, because he's not from the tribe of Israel. He cannot. He's not the bloodline of David. He cannot be a prophet of Jehovah God. And which is the truth. Muhammad could not be from God. God never sent a prophet outside of the Jewish people. And of course, when Jesus came, there was no need of anybody else to come to preach to us. Surah chapter 5, in Mecca's revelation, verse 82, it says, strongest among men in enmity to the believers wilt thou find the Jews and pagans, and nearest among them in love to the believers wilt thou find those who say, we are Christians, because amongst these are men devoted to learning and men who have renounced the world, and they are not arrogant. Again, here, the Jews rejected Muhammad at first, but the Christian accepted him. So revelation was, the Jews are bad, the Jewish people are evil, they are the enemy of Islam. This is why there's such an animosity between Islamic faith, Muslims, and the Jews, because the Jews have been rejecter of Muhammad from day one. Whereas Christians, we could say a lot about Christians. They accepted Muhammad, and in the name of love and, forgive me, in the name of stupidity, a lot of them caused a lot of damage for the kingdom of God. And even today men are doing that, accepting the Islamic faith. After September 11, many Christian churches, denominations, allowed the Muslim clergymen to come to their pulpit, open the Quran and read from that Antichrist, from demon-forced book that hates, that rejects the deity of Jesus, rejects the death of Jesus. I heard Mr. Farrakhan said it many times over that he has preached more in churches than in mosques. And what does that tell you? So again, revelation in Mecca was more peaceful toward Christians. Of course, in Medina it changed, because then Christians rejected. Surah chapter 5 verse 14 says, from those two who call themselves Christians, we did take a covenant, but they forgot a good part of the message that was sent to them. So we estranged them with enmity and hatred between the one and the other to the day of judgment. And soon will Allah show them what it is they have done. You see here in Surah chapter 5 verse 14, it says that they, even Christian, rejected his message. And so again, now the nature of the content of those verses changes, contradicts the former revelations, and it puts enmity between the Christians. Here is a God. How could it be the same God? It says here that so we estranged them with enmity and hatred between the one and the other to the day of judgment. The Bible says he who hates his brother lives in darkness. And he is a murderer, and no murderer has eternal life. Why? Because God is light, and in him there is no darkness. In God there is no hatred. Hatred is the very nature of Satan. And yet Islam, the commandment in the Quran is that God, Allah, puts enmity in the hearts of Christians. So you see again here that these revelations that Muhammad brings forth are evil revelations, are hatred, are bloodshed and warfare. Now, there are several spirits within Islam that we need to recognize, and we want to talk about this. Number one, there is the spirit of hatred, a hatred spirit that is strong in Islam. Number two, there is a spirit of bloodshed. Islam is thirsty for the blood of those who rejects it and does not receive it. Number three, Islam has a spirit of lies and deception. A commandment, there is commandment in the Quran that commands Muslims to lie in the time of peace for the spread of Islam. Then the fourth thing, the strongest of them all, is the spirit of fear, terror. Fear is that which rules and reigns within Islam. And then, of course, number five is the spirit of lust, sexual immorality in Islam. Muhammad himself had 17 wives. Some say he had many concubines, and those numbers are so different when you study the traditions of Islam. Muhammad was a lustful man and lusted after many women. And revelations came to Muhammad in Surah chapter 33. Muhammad's first man who converted was an African man by the name of Zayd. Zayd, he became a Muslim, the first convert, and Muhammad accepted him or adopted him as his own son. And Zayd had a beautiful wife, and Muhammad looked upon her and lusted after her. So revelation came to Muhammad in Surah chapter 33 that Zayd should divorce his wife, that Muhammad could enjoy her. And so again, spirit of adultery, you can see this in Iraq, in Pakistan, in many of these Muslim nations, in Iran. Temporary marriage is a common thing. In Iraq, you can, with a few dollars, you can take somebody temporary in a marriage for a few hours, which is what it is. It's legal prostitution within Islam. Legal prostitution. And many people sell themselves, and they think it's legal. The government allows it. And even in the country of Iraq, where so-called we have brought democracy, but again, they have Islamic Sharia. We call democracy in Afghanistan. We boldly declare that we brought democracy in Afghanistan. Where democracy, what is democracy? When the constitution of Afghanistan is a Sharia law, is an Islamic law, that nobody can state anything about that religion in Afghanistan today, or they will be executed. What kind of democracy is that we have brought? Next week when we come back, we're going to talk about these spirits and the teaching of the Quran, the nature of that religion. We need to know what is this religion is made up of, and how we can pray and bind that spirit. My heart is very saddened for what our president did just a few weeks ago. the month of Ramadan, month of October. He invited a group of Muslim leaders in the White House, as it has been his custom since 9/11, and breaking the iftar with them, which is the breaking of the fast toward the evening during the Ramadan with these Muslim leaders. And then not only doing this, declaration he had that Islam is a peaceful religion, that Muhammad is a prophet of God, and also taking in and the book of Quran and adding them to the White House library. You know, I was when I read that, I felt in my spirit that our government, our president, is opening the door for these Islamic forces to spread across this land, and I believe Islam will have more foothold today in America because of these acts of our president, and because of what's been happening, because the church is not responding and sleeping to the fact that Islam is one of the fastest growing religion in the inner cities of America. And they said by the year 2020, if the rate of conversion continues in the inner cities, they'll become totally Islamic. And again, we are facing great challenges ahead of us, and the only force that can stop it, not by the force of the natural force, but by the Spirit, is the church of the body of Christ. But yet our houses, our churches are empty. Our prayer houses are empty. Jesus said, my house shall be called a house of prayer. How can you call a house of prayer when nobody prays in it? I want to encourage you, friends. You may be those remnants that are concerned about the condition of America today, condition of the Middle East. And you may be among those that seek God. And so I encourage you to pray. Pray also for us. In these broadcasts that we have in the Middle East, thousands of Muslims are coming to the faith of the gospel, to Christ, through these broadcasts. And we are praying to increase these broadcasts and have a daily program and daily teachings of God's Word to change the heart of the Middle East. Those of you who are watching this program interested to have one of these seminars in your church on Islamic awareness, seminar that I conduct this Saturday morning, is no charge, free of charge. We come to your church and for 3 hours teach and train your people that what Islam is and how we can pray and bind this in spirit, and so that God's Word may go forth in these Muslim nations and even here in this country. So there is a number on your screen. If you call us and let us know whether your church would be interested. If you are a pastor watching this, I encourage you to have one of these seminars in your church. And God has a plan for the Muslim world. And we need to know this plan by knowing the truth and how to reach the Muslim world with the gospel of Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your support. We need your prayers and your support. We're in the front line when it comes to the Islamic world, and we're not holding anything back. Lord bless you until next week. My prayers are with you. Amen.
Thank you for watching Day of Salvation. To order any of the offers on today's program, please call 918-488-9645 or write us at P.O. Box 702094, Tulsa, Oklahoma 74170. Be sure to include the title of the offer you wish to have. If you are in the Tulsa area, Pastor Safa would like to invite you to our weekly church services at Fisherman's House Church. Our service times are Sundays at 10:30 a.m. and Fridays prayer meeting at 9 p.m. We appreciate your support for our worldwide ministry. This program is made possible by the financial support of viewers like you.
like to lower your mortgage payments up to 45%?
I could reduce my monthly payments? Tell me how.
Introducing Smart Choice, the new home loan exclusively from Quicken Loans. Whether you're buying a new home or refinancing, Smart Choice is the answer. Here's an example. A traditional 30-year loan for $200,000 at 6.5% interest would be $1,260 a month. But with Smart Choice, that same loan would be an amazingly low $690 a month. That's a difference of almost $7,000 a year.
That's good news. So what are we waiting for?
Call toll-free now and see how you can lower your monthly payments up to 45%. The new Smart Choice loan. It's great for refinancing or for purchasing that new home. You get monthly payment flexibility, so you can decide to pay just interest or make payments to principal whenever you want. Call this toll-free number now or go to quickenloans.com to get started and lower your mortgage by up to 45%. But don't wait. Take advantage today while rates are still low.
Sun exposure starting in childhood is a major cause of skin cancer. So use a high SPF sunscreen and cover your kids up whenever they're outside. They'll thank you for it someday.
You're watching the C Broadcasting, KWHB TV 47, Tulsa.
Following is a paid announcement for the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews.
These stones are the remnants of the first century area right outside Jerusalem's Holy Temple. In fact, in this very spot, where Jews walked centuries ago, where Jesus walked, where people entered and left the temple area, on this spot, the bridge